I got syrup on my only mid sweatshirt. Fuck with my network, we canceled your net worth. I was trying to do wet work, they got disappointed. Doctor's appointment for some Cosset relief cream ointment. You asked if I am really him. I told you blink your eyes twice. Made a bowl of kimchi appear and some fried rice. Only Mids has the fucking greatest producers. I see a bald guy from Las Vegas in your future. Fuck the like button, we don't even need it. Whether you like it or not, it's still Only Mids, bitch, eat it.
Please play motivational music. Stop. Please play motivational music. Fire. Desert tortoise. Plant medicine. Spiritual time boys. Ready? Only Miz has emerged as a beacon. Only Miz has emerged as a Brontosaurus Rex. Only Miz has emerged as a beacon. Only Miz has emerged as a Brontosaurus Rex.
Garlic Boy sent $3 if 2 always wins.
Oink, oink. Oink.
I already fucking said we're not playing this stupid pig song on the stream. We voted on this. You know what, make mine? Ah!
Even notice other streamers doing. Look at other streamer. Look, this guy's doing this. This other guy's doing this. Look.
Everybody can thank MakeMine for not seeing the whole interview. We can all thank MakeMine. You didn't get to see the rest of the new intro. Thank you, MakeMine, for once again interrupting the stream. We appreciate it. So look, let's wait for a couple people, like maybe get 7 or 8 people. And then we can, I guess the camera's right here. I moved everything around. Then we can start. We got a new Jackbox. And we got a new Jackbox Adult 18 Plus edition for after hours entertainment. That's after 10 p.m. The kids should be in bed, and you got to think with the right head. So that'll be here in a minute, but we got this Jackbox going on. In the meantime, this is what you want to do to get in on the action. Get in first before it fills up. It never does, but it might tonight. You never know. So go to jackbox.tv. I'll put the link in here. Well, you don't get to play then, MakeMine. There's a prize too. Jackbox.tv. Enter code FXWK. Fuck work, I think that says. I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. I just downloaded it and Steam was being a dick. I was going downloading stuff at 8 kilobytes per second. It was like 4.2 gigabytes. So we've been here a while. We've reset the fiber in the garage. We've reset everything we've done. So just need a couple more people. Once we get a few people in here, we will, yeah. Did anybody really die though? MakeMine? They're more authentic when somebody dies. But usually you gotta do that in the country so you don't get caught. I think we just gotta wait for some players, some people. But the space thing's cool too. I didn't even realize that. But you know what? What if it's being filmed in Greenland? It's not even in outer space. What happens if you're watching fraudulent video. You never know. All right, we got, Ring Bell. We got Bruce Banner. All right. I know who that is. What up, Bruce? I think this will be a fun one you guys will like. I kind of did some research earlier. And I can tell you what, we are not streaming that late ever again or that long. This has been a hot mess of a day. But this was ranked one of the better packs. So we need to get like 2 more people to make this fun. So while you're waiting, you could do your own astronaut rescue mission where you change the gravity in your... That's not going to work either. Listen, it's Saturday night. St. Patrick's Day is on Monday. Whatever you want to consume tonight to make your murder mystery. Well, you should do a murder mystery in your mouth, boys. Do a murder mystery in your mouth, and this game will be much more fun. That sounded really bad, but you know what I mean. So I'm going to do a thing over here. You do a thing over there. We'll get a couple more players, and then we'll play this murder mystery game. It looks pretty fun. I invested in Only Mids by buying these 2 game packs. We invested. That's right. Oh shit, Camacho Kev is here again. I feel like a ghost is in my lungs. I got no idea how this game works, boys. Let's just get one more person. Man, this weather. 27 degrees out was 77 2 days ago. Crazy weather around the country, huh? Or is it engineered? All right, we need one more player. Make mine just play. This is way cooler than watching a fake moon rescue mission. Trust me. You can participate in... surplus. We like to hear that. Man. I think a lot of this cough is coming back from just a change of climate from 20 years, different allergens, pollen, snow mold, water. Hola, Farmer John. Please join and go to jackboxtv.com. Type in code FXWK. It sounds like Fucks Wook. We have a murder mystery ahead of us. That's a great. I had the fog. All right, I'll help you with a spooky ghost one. I haven't been to the morgue this week. Well, I was, but I wasn't in the morgue. I was upstairs. For like 30 minutes. I'm still kind of out of it. Save this guy. Okay, hold on. As long as you join the game, I'll say, come on, Farmer John, please join. It's going to be a lot of fun. Bill, buenos noches. Oh yeah, I don't think he heard the story. That was late last night. That's our latest stream ever. Okay, I'm going to save this, Farmer John. Okay, subscribe. Thank you guys for always sending these music things. Now we got more stuff to put on. Have more choices. I should rephrase that. Oh, you missed. Okay, Celestial, if he wants to hear the story, the full story, the stream from last night is up. It was like 5 hours long till 3 in the morning. Absolutely ridiculous. But that was a good story. Skinny told the story. Oh, good. We got BG&E. Now we got to get Farmer. See, we got to get you, Farmer John. The whole story's up. I mean, you could summarize it, Skinny, of course, right? But it's an interesting story. It's not good. It's never good to get poisoned that allegedly poisoned at a place that sells things that go on beds. All right. I know. Okay, we got not Nanobot. Wonder who that was. Bruce Banner. Wonder who that is. Probably the same weather as me. We have Kamaro. I don't even know how you say that. I just call it Camacho Kev. BG and Farmer John. Okay, we have 5 people. Is the mic down a lot? Hold on. Can you hear me now? I noticed it went out. Let me try to unplug it again. Face, are you working? Fuck face, are you working? I don't think it did it. Mr. Bill. Is this any? 2 seconds. We're going to start here really quick. I'm going to kill the mic and add it back in. Again, Streamlabs has been updates. You know, can you hear me? Who's shadow banned for being naughty? Set. Is the microphone working now? This is no better, is it? Is this any better like this? If I keep it really close. I've been shadow banned a lot on other platforms for real. Like for real. Nothing you can't go live for 60 days. All right, this is as good as it's going to get. Maybe when I reboot the computer tomorrow or tonight, it will work. But for now, let's just start the game. So, what do I do? I've never played this in my life, so this is like a guinea pig game. Press start. All right, it worked. Professional.
The infamous hotel was run by a mysterious family for several generations until closing. In unrelated news, the trivia murder party killer is still on the loose.
I'll turn it up next game. I didn't know it was going to be so low.
Up next, I'm dying.
Yeah, level in the White City. I have to escape. Maybe, hold on. Maybe we can.
Call. Prepare to die.
Have you played it, Saturn?
Welcome to Trivia
That's
Murder
really-
Party. Your free spa weekend was a lie, luring you into this deadly trivia game. Only one of you will survive. But
Probably not gonna
surviving
be
is different than thriving.
Nanobot Andy.
I saw that on a Target pillow once. All right, first question. According to Merriam-Webster, what year was the word meme first used in print? Use your device to answer the question. Time's almost up.
When in doubt, always pick C.
And the correct answer is... Who
Or
got the
not.
question right? Everyone is wrong. Come with me. And here are your bags. Welcome to room 105. Okay, this one is more of an experience. I need to thin out these terrifying family heirlooms a bit.
You just have to hit it on your phone or whatever you're on.
Pick a
So you
box
just
and
pick
keep
a
what's
button.
inside. Don't shake them or you'll wake them.
BG got a
Uh-oh,
hat.
You found my dad's hat. Hey everybody, look! It's my dad! Don't worry, he won't be alive a whole lot longer. Just in case you like scores, here's where I keep them. Let's try another one. Who is the main antagonist of the Nutcracker? Time's running out.
Can you?
Who picked this?
Is it not letting you type Camacho
Please,
Kev?
only you. And it's like totally my dad.
Is it? What's it
Time
not
for
doing? I
consequences.
mean, I have no fix for it. So I'm just curious.
Salutations! Welcome back to the killing room.
You can come back in maybe. The code's
Let's see
right
who
up
has
above in the
ESP.
chat.
Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Including any potential mind readers. Answer time is coming to an end.
Ooh, you're good.
Now,
Farmer Joe.
let's see if there are any matches. You got read like a book. We're not done with you yet. Remember,
Ooh,
dead
look
players
at
are
that.
still players, just more see-through. Keep
Like Pet
playing, and you
Sematary.
just might steal someone else's life force and win the game.
True. In all these games, you can come back from like last place to first. In the next
Let's keep moving. What's an inch?
Not good if you grew up with an identification system. I'm gonna go with
Almost out of time. Who picked this? The rest of you who are still alive, And especially my dad. It's time. Math! It's back, baby! Do as much math as you can before time runs
This I'm
out.
fucked.
If you do the worst, you
Make
die.
mine. Get Gronk 3 on and type
And
the
since
answer.
my dad loves math so much, you get to multiply large numbers together.
Use a calculator.
Let's go!
What? What is it? I can't even read. I need fucking glass. Son of a bitch. I'm just gonna hit that one.
Make sure to show your work. Ha! Remember that?
What you want that?
Hurry up and finish your math.
That's not a real. Oh shit, there wasn't.
I guess needing to know math did become relevant in your life after all, huh? I'll kill you yet, father. Just because you're dead doesn't mean that hat has to leave the game. There's a wheel on your
Crucible is
controller right now, and you have a few
also a
seconds
haunted
to
house in
complete it to
Utah. You
another
should
player.
see if there's
But you
only
gotta do
very
it
few
fast.
videos ever allowed in it. It's not like in Halloween. It's probably too. But check
Now
it
that
out.
I've
It's called
defeated my
Crucible.
dad, I don't know what to do with myself.
Reckless Ben.
What?
episode.
You're back? I'll stop you
It's on
again,
a-
father.
or something.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question. What does the Raven say in Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven?
Morgan, are you on Gronk?
Time's running out. Who picked this?
Not me.
Honestly, Dad, I don't care if you get it right or not. I want to show you something. Donation time. You each get $500. Give some of that money to your friend. The person who ends up with the most money will die. But if you give to someone and they have $800 or more, I will kill you instead.
What the? So we have to.
Begin. Hurry up. Time to check the receipts. If you're overfunded, you're safe. But if you invested in them, only one of you is still alive. You know what that means. Congrats on making it here alive. But can you escape?
Maybe he knows his way
I'm
around
going to give you a category.
heavy equipment,
Words
forests,
that
and
are
woods.
not there. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
You'll get this one.
Time is almost up. Let's see the right answers. You advance one space for every correct answer.
We can't even see it on ours.
You're on your way to escaping. But wait, there's more. If a ghost catches you, they'll steal your life force. Then they can try to escape and win the game.
Or be
Here's
done.
everyone's next question. And ghosts get a third choice to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up.
No, BG, please watch him. No gronking for this.
Countries bordering the Indian Ocean. Movies based on comic books. Uh-oh, here comes trouble. Here comes the darkness. Baking tools. Time is almost up. Here comes the next question. Divisible by 7.
Ah, what happened? It didn't even let me answer. It's number 1.
Not what I had in mind.
What happened? I can't see. There's some
Parts of an animal cell. Uh-oh, this might be over soon.
I can't even see my screen. Has something going on. Come on, man.
This will slow you down. You need a perfect answer for your final escape. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
What?
Time is almost up. The darkness approaches. Official currency.
Shit, this is a close one. One can go either way on those top 2. Oh, who got it? Oh, shit. Oh,
You have to get
oh.
all the right answers to escape.
That was a great job. Play a sequel, same players, or reboot franchise, new players. Is anybody up to play this one more time, or does somebody else want to join in? Apparently there's different ones.
Oh, hello, Father.
You did good.
You think you're so great beating my
Hold on, what
game
happened?
that I worked so hard on, but I can make up what.
Why is there only one person in there?
So to truly win, you have to answer this.
Oh, it's still going.
Dad, you always mocked me for being less successful than Post-it notes because we were born in the same decade. Which decade was that again? Oh, this should be an easy one, right, Dad? Were you paying attention,
They were made by
Dad?
3M, right? The original Post-it note? Yep.
I honestly kind of wished you'd gotten that one right, Dad, but you didn't. So it all ends here.
I know. Well, I know you are. I figured, but... Okay. Hold on. Do you want to play again? Does anybody else want to join in? We can reboot it and do it over with more people and then play the sequel. Or does anybody else new want to play? I'll show you. Want to do it? We'll reboot it. Okay, Saturn. We're gonna reboot it. Oh shit! It's OG strains tonight. Well, I don't know if they're not OG, like Ocean Grown, but original, the classics. I don't know who's gonna win this game. See how it can change? But Farmer John did good. All right, anybody else? Let's give it 30 more seconds. Maybe this would be a good time to take a little break. Farmer John, you gonna play again? We ain't scared. We ain't gonna let you win again. Don't worry. I got a feeling. Oh shit, he's ready. Where'd Komocho Ken go? He's scared? He's probably not feeling very well. To fill up the whole 8 people? Is it really a Saturn? I've never played. Like I said, I just bought these. I reinvested some of the support money and bought a bunch of these more games. I never played any of them. So yeah, let's do a spirit break. That's a good idea. I should bring back out the absolutely we can extra bell, please. That's fine with me. Maybe a couple more people will come in. Yeah. Well, wait. The student glass thing, we have the other camera. Maybe we'll put it back out. All right.
Don't be a pussy. Play the game. Code VDUP. Very dead. Uniform people.
I probably should have shut my camera. That's pretty fucking obvious, wasn't it? Well, I heard a train in the background. Wouldn't it be crazy if they... hopefully they screen these games super well, but if somebody made a company up and they had these online games and it put a back-end virus in and took everything out of your computer and they just disappear after the first... You know what I mean? Nobody figures it out for like a week. All right, once Exterior Bill gets back, we're going to start. So if you want to get in on this horrifying Leprechaun from the Hood scary St. Patrick's murder mystery game, you better get in now. Go to jackbox.tv, enter the code VDUP. Victor David Upper Peter. Oh, we forgot to fix the volume. Oops. Maybe we can hold on tab. Settings. It did absolutely nothing. Well, we'll see in a minute. Oh, we're doing a spirit meeting. I forgot about that. Hold on. Bubba, I bought the adult 18 plus version of this Jackbox game too, but that comes on after 10. Oh, it's after. It'll come on in a little bit. We have the, maybe that's what you go to for that one. I don't know. I haven't looked at that one either. You should pop into this game though. It's not that bad actually. Farmer John, since you and Bruce Banner kind of tied in a way because you both died, but you both got to your places first. Diamonds or muffin? All right, we'll start in 1 second after our spirit session. No. But if you want Nanobots, the Shatter, oh, I know which one that is. If you want Nanobots email Saturn, I can give that to you. You could send her a picture. She might send you $5 on Cash App. All right, we're almost ready. You know what it is? I added the extra. I went to the bottom and put more sauce on. So maybe it's a little harsher. That's probably good. Nobody else wants to join in? 13 seconds. Cannabiotics in California started out as a very good company. All right, Saturn, hold on. We're getting 10 more seconds. Just in case. Cannabiotics started out really good. I think it's still good out there. It came to Nevada, was run totally different. It ended up being horrible. And a lot of stuff was not done properly. I heard some stories about the California place, but the weed's good. Or the vegetables. Okay, here we go. We just need one more. Well, we have 8 spots, 8 people watching. I'm 1 on one of the screens for the chat. So that leaves us with 7. And we have 5 people in. All right, we can start. But I heard it's good. I've never had it out there. I heard good things. It's like one of the OG companies. They've been there for a long, long time.
Familiar with the abandoned building's history, know it simply as the Murder Hotel.
The infamous hotel was run by a mysterious family for several generations until closed. In unrelated news, the trivia murder party killer.
An edible arrangement and a lucky scratch card. That sounds like a good night.
Up next, I'm being stabbed.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die. Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. This isn't an ice cream lovers convention after all, but a game of dire consequences. Only one of you will survive, and that one survivor will get a coupon for 20% off your next visit. Okay, first question. What color were Dorothy's slippers in the original L. Frank Baum novel, The Wizard of Oz? Use your device to answer the question. Time's almost up. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
Job. Of course.
The rest of you...
Happened last game,
follow
too.
me.
That makes sense, so.
Welcome to room 105.
That makes total sense.
It's
Good
time
job.
for my favorite illusion. Pick a space in this box to hide yourself. When this was used in magic shows, there were safeguards inside to prevent injury. But don't worry, I took those out.
I hope nobody's in
Choose
my
now,
box.
or I'll choose for you.
Be a tight box, boys.
Looks like some people didn't think it was necessary to hide. I guess I'll just put you here then. Now I'm gonna need some volunteers. Volunteers get 1 sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. Gee, I wonder where they're hiding.
Well, do I do it? I can't even. I don't even have it on my screen.
On guard!
This is some bullshit. I don't even get to play.
Nice!
We're fucked, Farmer John. You asked for the shatter. You got it. I don't see anything on my screen. And I'm supposed to be hosting the game.
Dying doesn't mean you have to drop out. Keep playing and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game. Let's try another one. Which of these movies has ghosts in it?
You only get to pick one? My thing's haunted.
Almost out of time.
Bullshit. Whoa.
Who picked this?
Great job, White Widow.
The rest of you who are still alive, come with me. Welcome to room 217. Let's play with spooky dice. Roll as much as you want to add to your score. I'll kill the player with the lowest score. But go over 21 and you die instead. And don't forget, if they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score. Honestly, it's mostly just an excuse to use these cool skull dice.
Are you counting the other player's dice? Oh, I'll tell you. You better.
It's your last chance to sneak a few extra rolls in.
Didn't do it. Oh.
I see you're unlucky in dice. Everyone in my family is gone now, but I'm starting to think of you as my new family, so that probably won't go well for you. Let's keep moving. Which ocean does not have sharks?
The Mississippi Ocean. The North Sea probably has some crazy sharks that survive in that.
Picked this. I want to show you something.
Uh-oh.
It's my old favorite, chalices.
Be careful,
I've
BG.
given each safe player a poison pellet. Pick a chalice to drop your poison in. Now it's your turn to play. Pick a that hits the spot. Now let's see what you drink. This is why I love this game. Sometimes people get poisoned.
Even at the stores that sell things that go on the bed frame.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round.
This is the VP floor. Look at it.
What would you find at 14 North Moore Street, New York, New York?
Say. Ooh.
Who picked this? Time for consequences.
I think Camacho Ken had to maybe go deal with a small ghost.
There's nothing more fun than fogged up
Oh, good job,
mirrors.
Rian.
The ghost of my Aunt Mildred loves to write words on mirrors.
Rian.
Pay attention to her unique handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will everyone else. Draw
Hell
a
yeah,
word
we
on the
will.
mirror to camouflage Aunt Mildred's. Let the drawing begin. Watch closely. One of these new words will be a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost.
Ah!
So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die.
Puto.
Enter the right word now, or you die. Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up?
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a weird mistake. Let me show you what's behind the looking glass. Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
Oh,
Legacy, you're the one to make
look
it
who
here
it
alive,
is.
but will you be the one to escape?
I don't know. You
I'm
got to
going
escape.
give you a category. WWE wrestlers. Tap each answer that fits the category, and then let's see the right answers. You move forward one space for each correct answer. You're a little bit closer to escaping. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's cute. If a ghost catches up with you, they will steal your life force. Then they can escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And ghosts get a third choice to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up.
Oh shoot, I forgot. Damn it. Shouldn't sound out stuff.
Toilet paper brands.
Not a good idea right now.
Kentucky Derby winners.
This could be a game changer right here.
Don't look behind you. It's only darkness. Volcanoes. Time is almost up. Getting pretty close to the exit.
That's a really good job.
Taller than the Eiffel Tower.
Because history books may be lying to us. I don't want to remember any of it. You ever think about that?
Moving on.
We have been lied
When
to.
they don't end up together.
I think I'm dead. No, I'm still there.
The end is near.
Wow,
But
good job on
remember,
knowing that, everybody. That was a great... I don't even know what that movie was.
If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question.
Yeah.
And that includes the third answer choice now, too. Time is almost up.
Better hurry up, boys. Oh. Well, White Widow wins but did he or she? All right, I'm going to do the new one. Where is it? What happened to it? How do I get back into it? But the game's not over. I thought you got to do it again. Play the... The new one. The second sequel, I guess.
Ahoy, and welcome to Trivia Murder Party.
Captain.
This is a harsh mistress, and this trivia game will kill ya. First question. Who wrote the novel Something Wicked This Way Comes?
It's a good movie.
Use your device to answer the question. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right? The rest of you, it's time.
Whoa.
Welcome to Room 113. The lost art of letter writing. I'm going to dictate a message to you. Write down as much of what I say as you can. The player who writes the fewest of my words will die. Okay, starting letter now. Dear Old Man Seaweed, thank you for lunch this afternoon. My favorite part? The crackers and cheese. Whatever was the name of that splendid cheese. I hope you didn't find my questions intrusive. I have one more. Have you ever been in love? Time's up. And what's the result? I am especially disappointed with one of you. This letter is not up to my standards. Let's try another one. How long is one term in office for a United States Senator?
17 years.
Who picked this? The rest of you who are still alive,
Oops.
come with me.
I put 4 as a president. Oh.
Welcome back to the killing room.
I know.
It's the Pegs game.
Well, look at your favorite room, Saturn. The pegging
I'm
room.
going to drop down this board and try to avoid the death zones. You know what? We need some death zones.
That's true, Farmer John. But I
You
hate politics.
Pick the landing spots that kill.
By the way. I took political justice and I took all these classes.
Okay.
What? No,
Let
you
the games begin.
slide your chip to pick a
Pick a
slot.
spot to drop
Well,
from.
how do I?
It's fun.
It's fun. Okay.
I made this board in shop class.
Please be not be a little bitch. Don't be a little bitch.
Land in a slot or up. Don't blame me. Blame gravity.
Uh-oh. Look at those graphics.
When I was a kid, this hotel seemed so big, and murder seemed so wrong. It's funny how things change when you get older. Let's keep moving. What castle is the Disney logo based on?
A stolen one? Undead gang.
Who picked this? I want to show you something.
I see some conspiring there. Oh, we're fucked.
I'm going to give you a chance to password protect your life. Enter a real 4-letter word with your device. Don't make it easy. If someone cracks your password, you die. It shouldn't take this long to think up a 4. Now everyone else will try to crack the passwords. As a team, guess either password on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. I will reward you all for every password.
This shouldn't be too hard. I'm sure you
time.
can figure out one of these.
This is a team effort, so share clues out loud with each other.
I forgot what I even put. Was it hard, Farmer John? Was it hard to guess?
Time's almost up. Your security's been breached. We're here. When one player is left alive,
This
we'll
is
go
like
to
the
final
Ramada Inn.
round. Next question. Which country won the first FIFA World Cup in 1930?
El football? It definitely wasn't the United States. Oh, wrong. I bumped the wrong. I'm claiming number 2, but I bumped number 1.
Yes.
What? Oh, good job.
Time for consequences. Now we learn obedience. Follow as many rules as you can before time runs out. The player who follows the fewest rules correctly dies. And it's already begun. The rules are on your device now. This game is really good for your cognitive skills. You know, if you survive. Rule time is coming to an end. You were a little too unruly.
Oh, and a R.I.P.
Let's try another one. What was accidentally cut out of the painting The Last Supper due to damage? Time's running out. Who picked this? Follow me.
Why do I gotta...
Congratulations! You've been entered in my scratch ticket giveaway. Scratch and find $3 signs to live. If you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for every $sign you find. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die. Start scratching.
Fuck off. I am scratching and nothing's happening. What's $1?
You could win some money
Oh.
with extra scratches. The contest is almost over. If you have a losing ticket, come with me.
How to get a little... Oh. The last one.
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means. You've made it so far, but can you escape? Here's your first category. Career cards in the modern edition of the Game of Life. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Time is almost up. Let's see the right answers. U.S. Monopoly Streets. Time is almost up.
Buenos noches, or... This is a murder mystery party.
James Bond villains. One of the 7 chakras. Those ghosts are closing in on ya. Don't fall behind. Are you afraid of the dark?
No.
Canadian national holidays. Time is almost up. Movies with a werewolf.
Oop.
The exit is so close. Coexisted with dinosaurs.
Turtles.
Next question. Lines from Liam Neeson's speech in Taken. Time is almost up. Let's just call that a fluke.
You're close, BG. Real
Not
close.
so fast. You need a perfect answer for your final escape. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
Rigged. All right. The first time it had Bruce Banner had to do like a thing. It went further. I don't know. Let's see. No. No, mother. Yes. We got Quiplash 3 and TKO. Or the adult one. We can go to the adult pack. It's called Naughty Party Pack. You want to go to the adult party pack? All right. We got to go find it. It's on the... Well, we can't till this is done loading. No. Jesus Christ. Jeez, it's not working. Imagine that. We probably have to do this. God damn, it's using the whole CPU for what? All right, hold on. Where is it? Do you want to play Faking It? Dirty Drawful? Well, let's watch the previews. Cheers. Is there a bill? I'll do a whiskey over there. This does not seem 18 plus. This seems like a scam. I thought it was going to be way worse. But which one do you guys want to play? I know Snow Chase again. Good evening, Celestial. Which one do you guys want to play? Faking It All Night, Dirty Drawful, or Let Me Finish? 2, I think that's a good choice to start though. We'll go with that. Sometime we'll play the other one. But you gotta enter. All these wholesome pictures here. Get it? Mine's a dickhead.
This is Dirty Drawful. We've got some very, very adult prizes for you all.
Baby
Hope you're
Celestial.
into generic fiber supplements. With this many players, we have time for 2 rounds. Come on, let's play.
All right, let's play.
By now, you should have a prompt on your device. It might be something unusual, like
Whoa.
non-practicing asexual or artisanal cocaine. Your job is to draw something that fits your prompt. You'll get points for each player that guesses your prompt correctly. All right, you get it. Get out there.
Damn it, how do you undo stuff? Ugh. My screen got tiny. This is some bullshit. Why? Okay, good.
It's never too late to join the audience. Go to jackbox.tv and enter the room code.
Ah! The...
Second warning. That's not enough time to make your bad drawing good, so just go ahead and submit. The drawings are in. Let's check them out. Try to trick your friends by writing a really delicious title for this drawing on your device.
This is enough time to go get food.
Come on, type something. Try to pick the original
Doesn't
title out of
fucking
this
work.
lineup. Okay, who got tricked? Ooh, I have feelings about this one. Look at all these forgeries. Pick the real deal. Okay, who voted for what?
Mm-hmm. Good one.
That's drawful,
Upload.
baby.
Oh boy.
Get those titles in.
Aye. Mm-mm. It's shatter time. Do do do. That thing looks.
Ooh, there are some pretty good options here. Well, there's one. Vote now! Think later! Okay, who picked what?
Boys, I put the hint right in the drawing.
Tap
The
your
word
fingers
was
on the
right
keyboard
there.
to
I
create
wanted
a
you
title.
all to be big winners. Oh shit. What is this? Oh.
The right answer is in here somewhere. Time to vote.
Fuck Red Lobster. I'm serious. Well, how horrible customer service is that? I wrote them the email back 3 times. Nothing. Oh. Shoot. Hold on.
Let's see what happened.
Yes, we did it, Farmer John.
Got a good title for this one? Put it in writing.
Hey, this is like, again, I'll put it like it is. Most of us are enjoying delicious evening enhancing things while playing. It's kind of like being at the bar with your friends
Behold,
and playing that trivia game, but you don't got to pay like $50 fucking free. I think the real one, this is a crazy one, but vegans, what the?
Okay, you don't have a lot of time, just vote. Alrighty, let's see what you did.
Got me. Right.
Okay, it's drawing time again. Check your
Oh.
device for your new title.
Whoa.
You're running out of time. Start thinking of excuses.
Oh.
The drawings are in. Some of them are very bad. Let's take a look. This drawing is emotional for me. Here's what we're working with. Who got duped? Write your decoy.
I have a stylus on the floor. I can get real fucking fancy now. Huh. Whoa! Break.
And here are the options.
Gotta turn it on though. It's like a pen thing. I forgot how you do it. What happened to the game, mother? Oh man. I got to
Okay,
go. What's
here's
the
what
code to get back in? Oh, fuck off. Play. Got it. Okay. Suck. I think I've been kicked out.
Enter your title now.
Can't even get in. I'm done. It is Make Mine. It's the after hours one. But it won't let me back into place. Now I gotta clear the cache, restart it, lose out on being in second place. Bullshit is what it is. It won't even let me play.
Write something. Participate.
I can't, motherfucker. It's cursed. Somebody cursed me. And I think this is on DuckDuckGo browser. That's why it's all messed up. So I just shut it and start opening.
These are your
I'll just-
choices. Some of them are good.
My play button doesn't work. I'm done. Room not
Yo,
found.
you gotta pick something.
DAXR. DAXR, you fuck. You're gonna get it right now in your meat slit. This is some bullshit Thanksgiving.
Let's check out the results.
Yeah, let's check it out. Just, I win by default because I was in second place. Yep, now we're in last place.
Get those titles in.
Vibrator? Buzz, buzz? Bzzz. A rose vibrator, maybe? Is that a rabbit? A rabbit vibrator. A rabbit bee vibrator.
Time to ... vote! Exclamation point.
Not. Nano bot. You mother.
Like the man in line behind me at Subway says, just pick one, buddy.
That's some bullshit. Maybe we'll turn off the phone. There's worse games, I think. All it is like the other drawing game. They just make it With like words like tray full of party drugs or meat slit.
Who voted for what? Let's find out.
But if you're under 18, you need to leave this very mature channel right now.
Okay, last one, I promise.
Jesus. What is that? What is it, Jack? I'm pretty much fucked. I'm no longer the host of the game. It's been hacked by Russians for sure. Or one of you got it signed into, I don't know. But there is no
Submit a title
boss
or
in that
canceling
room
the
anymore.
game.
No
Do
host,
not
no
mess with
moderator,
me.
so you can do whatever you want.
Remember, one of these is right.
Maybe that's first time from behind. Gerbil couple. I just read that.
Oh my gosh, make a choice.
Oh, it's yelling for me to do it. I can't do anything. I'm locked out. You did this to yourself, lady. Normally wouldn't take this long. We'd be done.
Behold the results.
Let me guess who drew that. It's all over. They're all owned out of there. The biggest conglomerate of adult sites is definitely, it's headquartered in Canada. Right? As is Burger King, Popeyes. That's sacrilegious, basically. But they said it. Alright. Good job, O'Driftwood. Good job. I think we're going to go back and see what these other games are. And then it might let me log in. No. Pack. Yep, absolutely. It won't even erase. Damn it. I'm not going to be able to get in there. Okay. We can either play this high quality game, baking it all night long, or let me finish. Looks like that has some aloe vera plant and lips. A lady bent over. Let's just do this. How do you boys want to do it? Quick and simple, or the debate mode? Present your idea jumping in aloud so you can go in there and like shit on people. Otis B. Driftwood. Debate mode. I guess you can go in there and be like, that's fucking stupid, shut your mouth. But then I know Saturn would love that fucking mode. Absolutely. He would just love it. Quick mode? Yeah, I think it's a better option. Safer option. Oh, we'll sit here for a minute, let some people jump in. It's like a sea creature. What is that? Yeah, it's break time. Oh, it says choose your avatar. Let's see. Oh, what could I be? I want to be a brown starfish.
3, 2, 1.
How did it start? Hold on. Sorry.
Welcome to
I didn't do that. It started.
Let me finish. The game where Qu'est-ce que c'est meets Ménage à Trois.
I might be able to pause it while we all have a flower
3
break.
players.
Okay. Before we begin the game, I think it's a good idea. Well, you can play the next one. We're doing the quick mode. If it's any good. I don't know why it started by itself, by the way. I did not push the button. Time to take a break to enhance your gaming experience over here. We believe in fully elevating all your senses to have a more enjoyable evening. Tonight, if you are under the age of 18, you must leave the room. This is very serious adult gaming, hardcore tonight, and you are not allowed to be here. On that note, please take the sacramental break. Spirit break. It's a little saucy. Pardon. Listen, chat, this is Spirit. There's one very naughty boy in chat. Can you guess who it is? Oh, would that be Saturn? All right, let's start the game up.
Delicious. Okay, listen up.
Nothing.
What this game is all about. I'm going to flash you some photos.
Nothing about a carrot.
Deep probing questions.
Oh God.
Like experienced, I see. Let's go.
Oops, I think I skipped the ants. How we play it. I don't understand this. Do you? Let's start over. We should have watched the directions and then maybe. Are you sure? Well, you weren't that. Just listen. We're going to start it over and then we can, you can get in here, Saturn, because we need to watch the directions. So watch. We're going to do that quick. We'll just start right over. There'll be a new code. Hurry up though if you're gonna play, because I think it just starts. Oh, I gotta get in there. Hold on. Who's on mod? Oh, is that somebody who wants it? Oh, look, you got to get in quick. Apparently, it just starts. Do it again. You can still join. There's only 2 people. Oh my god. Nobody wants to play this. Do you want to play something else? Alright, we got a couple more. This is probably really fun. We're going to watch the directions this time. So I'll give it 30 more seconds. Racho. I know what that is. Alright. Only 3 people out of 9 are going to play.
3, 2, 1.
It's only a 30%, 33.333 something.
A game for people who've ever wondered how they'd seduce a blimp. 3 players. How spicy. Okay, listen up while I tell you what this game is all about. I'm going to flash you some photos, then ask some deep, probing questions. Like, what does this thing's O-face look like? Now, study the photo and decide how you'll answer on your device. Feel free to get creative in how you answer this question. On your device, you can draw and enter text. You'll complete 2 drawings before you get the chance to present, so budget your time accordingly. Some questions may ask you to pick something out of a lineup.
Okay.
But again, get creative.
This was the biggest trick.
Your creation will be
It's the naughty adult pack. Come on now.
And the rest will vote for their favorite. All right, let's get to it. Ready?
I'm totally lost. Let's see what happens. Which one of these regularly falls asleep? I don't get what... I don't want... Come on, man. How do you get that out of there? Oh, there's two. Fuck. What are these two screaming? It won't even let me submit it. Which one of these purses? Oops.
Which one of these regularly falls asleep while their partner gives them head? Let's peek at something new.
I'm entirely
in ecstasy.
I have no idea, Raggedy, and I have no idea. This is game night. This is the, well,
something different.
we bought the adult game pack and
Where would this vegetable grow pubes?
I didn't even do anything. Where's it putting me in the middle? It's in weird spots on the other one. It's like a big space between the two. I don't think it should be on one patch. But it was pretty good.
I hear the words dueling pianos. Okay, let's see how you like this. How would this thing dress for a visit to the kink dungeon?
What the? Huh? This one I gotta give to this one.
Get ready to take a new position. Which one of these meats most wants to be called daddy?
Oof. That's the biggest one, boys, in girth and almost. Damn.
Okay, that's it. And our winner is...
Max Effort. Good job on mod on Max Effort. That's good to see. What are you gonna win? A fucking banana? Alright, we're not playing this again. This is a complete... I want a refund. If you don't like it, I think you can return it. Let's see how the other game is, because we'll get something else. It's not... I can't foresee us ever playing that game again. Oh my lord, Raggedy Ann. What happened? You were deceased. Alright. Hold on, let's... Now it took... I don't want to buy this. What is this? Let me share the game. Come on, man. Which one didn't we play? We did that. That was dumb. Let's see what this is. Create a game room and play. Play remote. Create a game room. What is the difference here? That... Play same room, right? I don't know what this means. Look, this looks pretty fun. Look, there's a bunch of tipped over martini, well, one tipped over martini glass, some bottles, and the hot tub floating. A QR code you probably shouldn't scan. I think that's a big weed leaf, but it's supposed to look like a tree, so that... Come on, 2 more people. Raggedy Ann, get out your trap phone. Come on, get in here. You just go to jackbox.tv. I'll type it in the chat how you do it. I'll put the link. What is it? If you do that, you gain clout. You get clout points. Buenos noches, status quo. I didn't even say hellos, but hello to everybody. I think we need to get at least 4 people. I promise you it cannot be as bad as that last game. They just trick you with like, you gotta be 18 plus to even look at the thing. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's not even adultish though, really. There's a drawing game where they put some words in, but it's not really that awesome. The murder mystery game was better. Oh, I want tacos. Alright, we'll start when we gotta get one more person. Just, that's the way it is. But We need more drink. Dang, I don't even want this, but I'll fucking eat it. Somewhat. 2 seconds. It's good. What are you gonna? Damn it! All right, we're gonna put. I had to make this nutritious salad because usually we have non-nutritious stuff, and that's not good. So I apologize for the delay. Let's just start.
Welcome to Faking It All Night Long. I'm Cookie, and for the record, I know the acronym for All Night Long almost spells anal, and I'm embracing it. During the game, I'm gonna send different little tasks to your devices.
Okay.
Except for one player who gets nothing. That person is the faker, and must do their best to blend in. Then everyone votes on who they thought was faking it. Remember, if you're the faker and under suspicion, lie, cheat, denied.
What up, Billy?
To throw people off your trail. Now, shall we?
We're playing adult games.
Let's start with Hands of Truth.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna get a task that involves raising your hand. Go ahead and read them, but don't do the thing until you hear the go sound. When you know how you're going to respond, hit ready on your device.
Like meat slit, cunt hair. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff.
Time is fleeting.
Oh.
What was the task? It was raise your hand if you know your taint smells better than most people's. Okay, vote to accuse someone of being the faker.
I don't. Come on, man. Yeah.
you get points for voting for the faker even if everyone else is wrong. The prime suspect is innocent. Innocent, I tell you. You've got one more chance to catch the
shit.
faker.
Who is it?
Sending your second Hands of Truth task to your devices now. Timer is nearly done.
Whoa. What's that guy wearing? A mankini?
This was the task. Raise your hand if you're sitting on some fucking hot.
I don't even know what we're
right
supposed
now.
to do. I just look at the screen and there's no button to hit.
Vote for the faker now.
I have no idea. Again, not the greatest game.
A majority of you suspect wrongfully accused and no doubt plotting their revenge.
How do you know if you're
Okay, time to pick a category.
He might have gone because I took a little while.
If you won't pick a category, I will. Your next task, emotional damage. Everyone's getting a task that involves responding with an emoji. Read the prompt on your device, choose an emoji, and hit submit when you're done. Remember, a new category means anyone could be the faker.
Choose an emoji to respond. How many are there?
And what did you do with this? The task was a fictional creature you'd absolutely be down to fuck.
I didn't know if that's what the
Vote for whoever you think is the faker.
was. I think the St. Patrick's Day celebration party stuff has not helped this game any. I got no idea, Raggedy Ann.
Presenting your suspect. Ah, yes, you caught the faker. It's category picking time. Next up, Finger Blast. Everyone's getting a task that involves holding up some fingers or doing something fingery. Time's running out. Time to make a choice. This was the task.
I was saying I can't enter anything.
You think you could hold your breath while being sat on?
I'm going to say 0.
Vote for who you think is probably the faker. You can change who you're voting for if the timer's still going. Almost out of time. Get those votes in. Currently under suspicion. Yep, you found the faker. Categories. Pick one. It's going to be Finger Blast. Get ready for some fingering. You heard me. Almost out of time. Get those responses in.
I can't type nothing.
What was the task? It was, on a scale of 1 to 5, how loud are you during the act of sexual congress?
I like to fuck hard all night.
Time to vote for who you think is the faker.
That's an inside joke if you know the Instagram page. Hard fuck all night. Go look at it. It's HFan oil on Instagram. Farmer John, there's two kind of tortas, right?
Votes. Last chance.
I'm assuming you're talking about like the food one.
You voted to accuse.
Well, please, because I can't even push a button on my phone.
The
So
wrong person. One remaining chance to catch the faker.
but it lets me do this, I think.
Comes your second finger blast task.
I don't even know how you do. How many do you just put it on the phone?
Up, so figure it out.
Fuck you, game. Uh-oh. The crossing guard's back.
The task was, on a scale of 1 to 5, how down would you be for skinny dipping after this game?
It's 26 degrees out. I don't want to do that.
Vote for the faker now.
Okay. And now I see why we didn't get a fourth player. They probably have seen this before. Whoa.
It's the final round.
Well, I can watch here.
Text you up.
Whoa, that's dirty.
I've sent 3 questions to each of your devices. Type in your answers and hit submit. The faker is answering questions too. Slightly different questions. which led to this. Question 1. A dated trend from last year. We're not going to vote till the end, but who do you suspect? You'll get points if you're right. Almost out of time. Get those votes in. Your second question. A fad that the worst people you know are into. Okay, who's
Peso.
suspicious now?
Ah,
Place your votes.
damn it. It's a real little hole, boys, I gotta find. I swear that's a hole. Just get in your hole.
Your time is almost up.
Come on, man.
And your third and final question. Something people are really going to be into this year. The time has come. Who's
The piggy
faker?
song for every.
Remember, you need a majority of votes for one player to accuse them of faking.
I just rotate between the other two. I'm allowed that feature, and that's, oh, I gotta put in things. So who should I vote for? I did stat. Okay, hold on.
Almost out of time. Get those votes in.
All right.
You didn't get enough votes to accuse someone, and we're all the lesser for it.
We'll play one last game after this, but not this. The other pack, the regular one. Those answers were to other questions. Oh, good job. Muy fantastical. You can buy the soundtrack to the game. It's $1.49, by the way. We're going to play one last game, but it's going to be a normal game. From, how do we get out of here? Adios. It's called the Naughty Pack. There was nothing waste. Maybe the drawing game was all right. All right, what do we need to do here? We did the murder mystery already. I guess we could do Quiplash. I'm done now, Billy. What is this one? Some. That's good. Now there's people staying up there, right? It has to remain manned, so they're gonna have some of those crews stay up there, right? Well, I know that, but when they leave, the other people, they're leaving. Some of those people are staying up there, right? Because I believe it has to be manned at all times, right? Alright, it might just be you and me, look nerd. I think it's true. My mic's all jacked up again. It was quiet, then it got loud. It got loud from my horrible healthy salad. Rosa's Lounge just started too. Alright. No. Already. One player needed to start. We have one player. Come on. Caller.
Quick interruption.
Yeah, because we're probably not going to play this game either.
So, firstly, this is for Make Mine. I realized that you could just say whatever it is your real life that you're actually doing. And then if you just say it like Cool Keith, it becomes a Cool Keith rhyme.
Give us an example, por favor.
I've got a great one.
Okay.
Sitting on the couch watching Only Mids drinking lactate from a Universal Monsters Frankenstein glass.
Oh boy.
Am I wrong?
One more example. Just one more, just to make sure.
I went to the mattress firm. Manager tried to poison me.
That's... Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
These are Cool Keith lines. And this is just shit. I was just thinking that. I was doing that. My son woke up with his legs hurt and I was helping him. And then I had you on because, I support you because you're my brother. And then I was walking by the phone after I got him back in bed. And I realized I was watching Only Miz drinking lactate out of a Universal Monsters Frankenstein glass. And then I heard it. I heard that in Cool Keith's voice. And I was like, dude, anything you're doing, if you just imagine it as a Cool Keith line, that is right. Yeah, I see Megman. Yeah, that's the essence of Cool Keith. So, like, what did you do yesterday? What's something mundane that you did yesterday?
I honestly. I did a 5-hour stream.
Okay, get this.
Okay.
Okay. Bald man streaming till you sleepy. You're on YouTube, internet streaming, Jack in the Box TV.
Yeah, that's true. That's real life, and that's how the lyrics do go.
Right.
This is a good theory.
Sitting in a pickup truck watching Godzilla on DVD.
I gotta add the window capture back.
You thought you saw me at the Quickie Mart.
Don't say that. Well, you might have outside, by over around the corner.
What is it? I was picking. No, I can't say that either. Okay, so that was the first thing. I had to share that. Not a Cool Keith line, but could be for Make Mine. And I want him. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Tower Records and pick up a pizza. Right. Wear the plastic wig, watching the creature feature. Threw kung fu moves at the owner of the local Steak and Shake. He tried to cover me in Shake and Bake.
That's a good one. Yep, it is. And now you just impersonate his voice. You can make a whole new album, be like the unreleased something of that spell it wrong.
White Elvis. Yeah. White Elvis in space.
Oh.
No, he wouldn't like that.
But
he wouldn't like that. Cool Keith wouldn't like that. But he would respond to it, maybe. Yeah, you're talking a lot of mouth at the Waffle House. Make Mine's got good ones. You at the Waffle House late night talking a lot of mouth.
Ooh.
Eating greasy chicken. Come from down south. They call me the Pittsburgh vampire.
Eating that
I ate a shark bite on the Delta plane. Called the president. Hooked me up with that direct TV mobile connection. And then it'd be like, and then look, the title of that would just be called Mobile Connection. And then it's every time he does a chorus, it just goes Mobile Connection. Mobile Connection. He just says the word over and over again.
Just that word the whole time.
Yeah, whatever the name is of the song, that's the chorus.
That could work.
Yeah. I'm telling you, like, I turned Squab on to Cool Keith, and he's a Zoomer, and he's surrounded by drill and trap.
Yeah, they seem to love little Mambu is going out. He's not very popular anymore.
Miami Mike. I played Miami Mike for him. Make Mine. Miami Mike riding up I-95, spending them Georgia nights. Do you realize that is the realest? Let me put that into perspective for you. When you live in South Florida, when you leave South Florida, you always stay the night in Georgia on I-95.
So that's how you just kind of drive up the whole state, and that's where you stop.
You make it to about Valdosta, Georgia. I'm not shitting you. So when he says that, Miami Mike riding up I-95, spending them Georgia nights, he's not bullshitting. That is real. That's real. Humans do this.
Well, it's kind of like in Nevada, people drive up to about certain spots in Wyoming or Utah, like Salt Lake City. You kind of know. I get what you're saying, though. It's like the known stopping point. There's probably a ton of hotels, a Waffle House, a Denny's, freaking a Wendy's, a Steak and Shake.
Don't make me tell you a story.
Well, you can, because we don't. The naughty game sucks. But anyway.
I got haters. I see it every time. Every time I'm talking. You like the Zaza dance, you fucking hater.
Actually, I think we have the other version back because I reclaimed the Ultra account for the merch store and everything. I just had to sign out and sign back in under Only Mids this one. So I think we're anyway.
So yeah, no. I used to have to travel from Chicago to Hollywood, Florida, a lot. I used to have to do this yearly. And some of these times would be just interstate ride from, you're going from one end of the country to the other.
Yep.
Going from Chicago to damn near Miami.
It's just like going from like Minneapolis to Miami. Kind of the same. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're trying to get, and when you're getting out of Miami, okay, you could drive all day. You're not going to make it. You're going to stop in Georgia's. Okay.
If not just to buy some shit, it's probably like there's a huge gas
you need
station.
a hotel. You need to, you need to sleep.
There's nowhere else to go after that. It's too far, huh?
Yeah. So me and my ex stopped in Tipton, Georgia. Little town called Tifton. It was either Tipton with a P or Tifton with an F. I don't remember the name. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was Tifton with an F. And it's very dark. There was no lights in this town. It was just like you described. Dude, the town was 3 or 4 multi-story hotels and a giant truck stop and nothing else.
Yeah, I stopped driving back here in Nebraska. There's a place like that, but there was a massage parlor 24 hours located, big one right next to the truck stop.
Right.
There's all hotels and like some restaurants, and that's it.
Yeah, glory hole town.
Mm-hmm.
Line them up. and so there was a very nice Holiday Inn. It was like 4 or 5 stories. Rooms were decent. And that's the weird part about these towns too. They actually do have nice hotels, and they're grouped together real close. And there's like a Longhorn Steakhouse or something. You know what I mean?
You know exactly. Yep. Yeah.
This was one of them places. We check in to the room. This is back in the day. This is in the aughts. And so I used to go everywhere with a portable DVD player.
Oh, I remember those days. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, gotta watch my flicks, man, on the road. And I remember I watched Evil Dead 2. And I go out on the balcony, because it had a balcony. It was a nice Holiday Inn, it had a little balcony. And I go out on the balcony, and I have a cigarette. And I'm staring out into the dark off the balcony and realize that there's nothing. I can't see anything. I'm like, is this forest?
Is it completely dark?
Yeah. I'm like, what am I looking at here? What's the view? I can't see. It's completely pitch black. And finish Evil Dead 2. I go to sleep. Wake up the next morning, like 7:30 a.m. Go to step out onto the balcony to have a cigarette again. It's an entire fucking ancient ass graveyard. Cemetery as far as the eye can see.
What was it? Was it an old VA one? Or just a regular?
It looked like a fucking, shit you not, it looked like a Tim Burton level cemetery with very
crypts
large
and shit, statues and all that stuff. That's pretty neat.
And a motherfucker is digging a grave with a backhoe. Is sitting in a backhoe with a bottle of water, digging a fucking grave right up in front of me. In the morning.
Isn't that a sight to awaken to? But it reminds you woke up today, somebody didn't.
Well, that's true. But then here's the funniest part of all this is I complain about this to everybody in my family later on, because I was going to visit family. I complain about this to everybody in my family. Maybe 2-3 weeks later, I see a commercial on TV for Travelocity or Hotels.com, one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a couple, and they're in the exact same scenario.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They check in to the hotel room, and they look out through the window, and it's a cemetery, and there's a guy digging a grave.
Did they have a ghost in their room, too, or something?
No, it was a quick little commercial.
Oh. Okay, never mind. Brain fart for a second. Okay. That's pretty funny, though.
Yeah.
That is really funny.
It's like, imagine that happening to you, and then you see the commercial and you go, no, wait, that commercial's legit. You never see a commercial and go, no, they're on point. You're always like, quit trying to feed me bullshit. I saw the commercial and I go, my God, I just went through that like 2-3 weeks ago. Down to the Gravedigger. How specific is that? How fucking specific is that, Travelocity?
That's fucking great.
It's one of those things that make you start thinking about hologram theory. So that's all right. So we went from Cool Keith to fucking hotel graveyards. So let's do channel business. Until we put OWW back on schedule.
Mm-hmm. We have all the frames back, so that's good. I have all those scenes still.
Oh, by Raggedy Ann, you want that job. So I actually was thinking about it when I was in my early 20s. I wanted to do it. And I took courses to get my commercial. Yeah, because you got to have a commercial driver's license to do it. And so I had taken the class. I didn't finish them, though. I ended up getting another job, my dream job. But it's kind of at that point, I really wanted to be a gravedigger too. In my early 20s, because I thought it is a piece. I felt like that's got to be a peaceful job, most peaceful job there could possibly
be. For real. And you can listen to music probably, and
yeah,
I don't think it's too bad. They dropped the grave in. Yeah, it couldn't be that bad.
Right.
And you do lawn care.
So, all right, back to
OWW.
I have a whole screenplay about grave digging. I'm not going to say it at all because it's like it'll be willed into existence. Some asshole out there will, you know what I mean? It'll just happen. One of these days, though, Alice. One of these days. So here's the channel business. Should Ghost Blazers come to Only Mids and be an Only Mids property? Ghost Blazers.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, it is funny. It would be a fun thing, to bring back. I have no problem with it. I don't know. We ask chat. What do they want to do?
I don't know what all three of chat.
It's late now. Raggedy Ann and Make Mine, they will both give us their good opinion right now.
All three of chat on a Saturday night. It should be fucking popping.
I don't know. I think it's a good idea. I need to redo playlists and stuff. Well, I don't have to create everything new. So
we have a way to do it. Like there's already a format in place. All we have to do is do the cards. We already have a way to bring Ghost Blazers to Only. The question, Raggedy Ann. The question is, should Ghost Blazers be a weekly thing on Only Mids? And what we will do is we will actually hunt down a ghost.
And can I quickly tell you, Aaron from Ghost Adventures, I saw an article that was written. It was on TMZ, so I'm guessing it's there's something to it. That his wife had tried to hire somebody to kill him, and the cops got and told him. Allegedly, in this article that was on social media. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what was alleged.
That reminds me of something else that I heard last night, but I'm not even going to go into it.
Was it a word you heard out of somebody's mouth on the phone?
No.
Oh,
no.
Wasn't sure.
Really, yeah.
He's that account shadow banned now.
Raggedy says she can't hear me. Can you repeat what I'm saying? Ghost Blazers on Only Mids, yes or no?
She can hear it.
Because Ghost Blazers is not going to fit on my channel.
She said, "Oh fuck yeah."
Not with what we're about to do. We're trying to do really serious shit over on my channel. I want to have fun. I still want to be stupid.
Yeah, we could make a playlist and just premiere them over here and put them under the freaking ghost things and put tags and whatever. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. And it keeps it off of there because it's a different kind of,
Right.
So.
And so, I don't know who is going to remember this out of all four of us say. Is that mean business? No, I mean, but yeah, we mean business. Do you mean Five Banger? You mean, I know you mean business. It's all, it's very much business.
It's very serious business at that.
We're not going to talk about something we can't make happen. But, and so I figured the same way with OWW.
I think she means the band, though.
Oh, what band?
There's a band, just Rosa's Lounge is on in the background. They're playing.
Oh, damn it.
But we're way louder. They're just very
loud. Okay. So, all right. So here's how we can bring Ghost Blazers to Only Miz. An individual whose name had to do with automobiles.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I think
right.
Special automobiles, like futuristic ones? Or
no.
Okay.
An individual fond of a certain type of cam known as a Mopar.
Okay.
You follow me?
Yeah.
He was playing a game when streaming games.
Oh, I know the game. I think you're talking about. Where it had detectors and beeping sounds and...
Yes, this is a simulator. It's a ghost hunt simulator.
Yeah.
Now, see, the thing is, Mrs. White actually happens to be very passionate about that game and likes that game.
Really? That's pretty cool.
If she were a streamer, she'd be sitting there streaming that game.
I never played it, but it looked kind of fun.
Bill popped in. Bill saw me playing it for a second. Bill knows it too. He says, I see that. I can't see the show, but I can see chat because I got to talk to you.
I'll read it to you.
Yeah, whenever Dan goes on there on Twitch, we're not fucking off hours. Like, Bill's always nice and we'll pop in. I don't talk when I stream though. But here's what we can do. You and I can put our heads together to identify these ghosts.
All right.
Or rather, you and Jake Keener.
Oh my God.
You and Jake Keener could put your heads together.
You probably could. Not those heads. Some of you, what you're thinking, but yeah.
It's called Phasmophobia. Raggedy. That's funny too. I get it. Yeah. Five Banger. That's funny. It's called Phasmophobia. Don't be phasmophobic. Raggedy.
They had the game on sale for like $19.98 on Steam.
If you were more tech literate, I would tell you, and you knew how to stream games, I would tell you, dude, why are we not both?
I could stream a game. I can't play the game. I can do a capture of the game and set it up and run it on this laptop, but I can't play games. If it has more than 2 buttons, I can't even hunt on Oregon Trail.
You need to see Make Mine's like he could show you, he could force you. I know because I know he can. And if anyone could, he could. He could force you and show you how to do it.
The Phasma Ghost game.
How to get set up, properly capture your shit.
Well, I can capture it just like I do with
up a computer game.
Do what?
He says he's never done it really, but I've never done it really, but I'm sure he could. Well, yeah, but you know computers.
It's just a window capture. It's just like when I played Go Jack Off or whatever we played, Adult Naughty Jackbox. That it's just the same thing. You just capture the
What was up with the owl imagery all over that thing?
I don't know. Yeah. That was not happy about that purchase at all. The preview made it look more fun.
What was the price of the purchase?
That was on sale for, was it $14.98 or $9.98? There was 2
okay, the murder mystery one was fun, but the adult party time, you're saying just the adult party time was 14?
No, I think that was 19. I think that was the $9.98 one. It's not like crazy, but it's just dumb. The games were not, in my opinion, not very fun. It's like some of the other games. You can buy individual games, and that might be the way to do it. Just buy the highly rated games.
Right.
And do it that way individually. That's probably the best way to do it. There's more, though, on that other.
And Raggedy Ann saying, do go ghost hunting and play Pokemon Go. Trust me, Raggedy, you're familiar with how actually the reverse has also happened, where a lot of people were playing Pokemon Go and found like bodies and stuff.
Because there's a lot more people walking around in places.
Right. People out there in liminal spaces, yeah.
Like Randonautica, have you heard of that one?
Mm-hmm.
I've played that. I guess you'd call playing it with that random number generator and stuff. And I swear, like, it was really fucking weird multiple times. And then one talked about finding a portal, and then went to this spot up on the hill. And then I saw later, I read up on portals in Las Vegas, like energy portal, and there's allegedly some famous person bought the land where it starts, but it goes over to that same area I was in and out to Boulder City, and that's like what big energy vortex it's known. And it was right where the damn Randonautica took me to. Then I did another one, and it said something about a mermaid, where a mermaid would be, and it went to these coordinates that it randomly makes. It was down on a little dock in a little man-made lake. It was really weird.
Oh yeah.
So, but you're supposed to think about the things, and the person thought about mermaid and water, like in their head, and they wrote it down. But then it took us to the spot. That's how it works.
There's videos about that.
Yeah, and they found like a suitcase with the dead bodies in it and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the game. That's the thing. But dude, it's really creepy. Or you put coincidences together because you try to do that with your brain with wherever you go. But I found it to be very. But then I think I don't know, the makers are not like some high-tech Russian scientist team. Like, who knows?
You never know, dude.
I know, maybe they put it under another name. Maybe those people have the key to the universe. Or maybe it's just all just random, like it says.
Remember the story of Polybius? Do you remember the arcade machine that was supposedly like MK Ultra type shit? In Seattle and out there in Raggedy's neck of the woods ish in Seattle back in the 80s, early 80s or something, Polybius.
Do you remember this, Raggedy Ann?
I'm sure she probably.
Wonder if she's involved somehow.
Right.
She says Pogo is the CIA op to capture real ghosts. Okay, can I read? I would like to read about that. That sounds interesting. Maybe the DOE you don't want to mess around with. Confirmation bias is a hell of a drug. Spoken like a true Fed. Then it says laughing, crying, laughing face. Raggedy Ann also says, oh yeah, I heard about that, but it was before I moved there. Or here.
Yeah. The same could easily apply to me when I look at my life. Take a look at my life. What is it? No, take a look. No, I'm thinking Supertramp. Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got.
Oh yeah. Yep.
You know, what is it? What's the song? It's like
that's the rhythm.
Look at my life. That's Neil Young. Oh man, look at my life. How did I get there? All right, whatever.
I have no idea at this point.
It doesn't matter. No, we don't have Chat GPT write articles on shit. We don't need Chat GPT to do anything.
No, but she's gonna have it write about it for me about what I asked her.
I've been. Oh yeah.
Have you been? You've been Chat GPT free for how many days now?
Who, me?
Yeah. Let's say like 312 or something.
I only used it because that one guy on my show said you show up on Chat GPT, or he said Chat GPT knows who you are.
Right. I'm sure it does know everything you type based off of a lot of things. Not everybody, but you know, the average person.
Yeah. And so I made sure I had a blank window and asked it the relevant question. I asked it what Mysteries from Behind the Beyond was. So it was a documentary miniseries, whatever, dealing with the paranormal on YouTube that had a humorous bent that dealt with historic, etc. You know, I mean, I can.
It just summarized it or whatever.
Well, and then it mentioned my wife even. But it thought for some reason that she also had cosmetic channel for whatever reason. So it's not 100% accurate, but it's close enough that you're like.
But it gives you some info. for sure.
Yeah. See, and then what Raggedy's saying, it scans the internet all the time, GPT, so it's going to pull information. And I kept refreshing it. And I was just like, who are the whites? And it, thinking that it would just tell me, call me a race or whatever. You wouldn't think it would get specific, but it, following that conversation, was like, that's that the channel operators are referred to as such.
Was pretty smart.
And I was like, man, that's fucking.
Yeah, imagine that in 10 years from now, it'll be spit that out in a millisecond, but 100% accurate almost.
And we're a nothing channel. I got a nothing channel, man. I got a tiny little ass channel.
If you ask what Only Mids is, what do you think it will say? They have been banned from Kick, of course. I haven't done. I'll ask the damn thing.
Only Mids. And what do you mean? Are you dry off? Have you been off ChatGPT for 300 something? I had never used it before until that.
No, I know you weren't. I know you weren't a proponent of it, so I was just curious. It was kind of a joke. Like, how long have you been sober from? Whatever.
Why the fuck would I get any information? There's no fun in that. I tell you, we're fucked. Because if you're creative at all and you make any effort, it won't matter. And it's not. I doubt that it's going to shine past people just sitting there chat GPT everything they do or grokking everything that they do. You won't. We already no longer know if someone took the time to write the script for their fucking YouTube video anymore. We have no, and nor will we ever know. Think about that.
There's AI generated faceless pages that make a lot of money.
Right.
They just make a new video.
Now they've got AI creating and narrating video.
Yeah. You hear it a lot. And sometimes the people really do have a great narration voice, and it sounds like ChatGPT till they or an voice, like a AI voice. But then they screw up and you get them. But you can tell.
It can break your spirit. Especially if you're like you like to think a lot and you're like a creative person. And I feel like a fucking caveman. Like I'm sure we all feel that way. I feel like I'm from another century, and this is probably how anyone who's like early millennial and older, anyone born from like 1985 and any time before on this planet is probably someone who feels very much like they are a time traveler from a previous century. Because even the way that you think about things is just completely different.
I gotta read you guys something. I did chat GPT and ask it, what is the YouTube channel Only Mids TV about? And here is what it says. Only Mids TV is a YouTube channel known for its unique content that blends creativity and passion. The channel features a variety of videos, including in-depth discussions and entertaining features. One of their notable series, Buy Me a Dab, has garnered significant attention. However, this segment faced challenges when the channel's access to buymeacoffee.com platform was suspended, sparking community support to reinstate their ability to use the platform. Additionally, Only Mids TV offers original music through their YouTube playlist, showcasing their dedication to diverse creative expressions. The channel's tagline, "We Bring the Non-Tent," reflects its commitment to delivering unconventional and engaging content that stands out in the digital landscape.
See what I mean? It knows. Now, but listen, I tested this. I started putting in names of Chet when I was doing the test. I used Kirk. I used Nuke. It knew, by the way, who Nuke was in association to me. So that needs to be tested because Nuke is a lot of places.
Yeah.
So is that feedback?
Maybe,
was it just doing?
Or is Nuke Chat GPT?
Yeah.
You never know.
And it said that that Nuke was it didn't say Nuke was a mod. I can't remember exactly how it described Nuke, but it did say that Nuke was associated with my channel. And I tried Kirk, and it said not enough information. This is probably a private person, which that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
and tried a few other things. Okay.
And then that's weird because that ChatGPT knows who those people in real life and links traits to the.
Yeah. And so I was doing all of this over and over again, because you have to, if you're testing something, what you do is you repeat and repeat. Even if you succeed, you repeat because you see if there are any variables. Okay. And the second or third time, because it kept thinking my wife is my sister, ChatGPT still doesn't understand human beings yet, because when it sees a Mr. and Mrs. White, for some reason it thinks that they're siblings.
Or the version that we're getting, like maybe 10 generations ahead, the one behind the doors. I just asked it a question. Who is Make Mine a 99 on YouTube? It says. The YouTube channel Make Mine a 99 features content related to drums, computers, beats, and other topics. The channel's description reads, drums, computers, beats, and all other stuff. In a recent post, the channel owner shared thoughts on economic topics, stating, to anyone who can understand this, just saying, edit. History rhymes but does not repeat. Edit 2. I'm the camp that the Fed does not control interest rates, and then something. Additionally, the channel has featured live streams and music tracks such as Hello World, a Make Mine a 99 official audio. The channel's name, Make Mine a 99, may reference Make Mine a 99, a song by the KLF released in 1991. For more content, you can visit the channel here.
I see. What do you think about that, Make Mine? We gotta watch this thing.
It's interesting to see how those update too.
That's what I was about to say, is that KLF. Because notice how a lot of that was just stuff that could easily skim off the top of your channel. But then it also even ventured a little further and was like, and he also could be referring to this. Something that I had no proof of. So it even postulated. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
The damn thing will even postulate. Now that answers something for me. It thought that my wife, or rather, okay, let me turn it around. It thought that it was mentioning a name associated with my channel of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say the name because I don't promote degenerate behavior. But I mentioned a name I didn't recognize of a woman and said that this person hosted my program with me. And I Google this name, and it was an adult actress who thoroughly resembled my wife.
Oh, like it scans the photographs and stuff. Yeah, I've seen it do that with fourth people, and it does other, yeah.
And so that was creepy to me too. Now remember that it has at the beginning, it'll say, look, don't take any of this seriously. It's like you're talking to this is Milton Bradley Ouija. Don't take any of this seriously. This is all bullshit. But the fact that it's doing that is very strange, because that means it's using facial recognition too, or trying to.
And the sad thing is, a lot of people who don't know any better will not read that disclaimer or say this thing is 100% all true or whatever.
Right.
And that's what's scary, how people will believe anything.
Right. So then I asked it who my dad was, and it knew.
Mm-hmm.
But it thought he was my brother, but everything else that it said was completely accurate, because he was in entertainment too. And it said that he was the father of Skinny White.
It scans a lot of shit.
Not my real name. You know what I mean?
Right.
He was the father of Skinny White. It knew when he passed away.
Mm-hmm. There's basic websites right now that will run. You can just do that in 5 seconds. You type in your name and it will spider web family members to this, to that, to like. And imagine that's just on like a server or something. You know, it's not. It's a website. So imagine what AI is scanning. Oh my God, it's crazy.
Yeah, dude, Skynet will go live one day. Like Skynet's going to happen, and it resembles the nuclear arms race. because remember, nuclear arms race was like a necessary evil type thing. Oh, well, we got to develop our own because look, China and Russia, see where I'm going with this? Yeah. They're saying the same rhetoric now. And they're saying, oh, DeepSeek, we need something, so we got to do this. Oh, Grok will be the best.
They don't even talk about it anymore. They do. It's a topic of the week, and now we never hear about DeepSeek ever again. Like,
right. So, I've only been able to come up with one solution to any of this, to dealing with this AI thing.
You better become a hacker. That's the only solution.
No, I'm about to say something controversial, and I apologize.
Oh, boy.
It does not like the word of Jesus.
It doesn't like religious stuff. That's true.
No, it seems to like some religious stuff perfectly fine.
Does it? I've not too much experimented, but
I'll admit I've done absolutely no experimenting with Grok 3.
Right. No, that's okay.
I don't have money like that. I can't even pay.
You can get it free on Twitter. There's a Grok 3 beta.
It's a beta. Betas are stupid. I know better than that.
Oh, there's the pay version.
Betas are designed to make you buy the product.
Yeah.
So they're lacking. So how could I do any kind of real testing with a beta? I can't.
What is it, a monthly fee for the Grok 3? Is that what they charge for it?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. I'm broke as shit. I've got people, there are people who owe me money. And I don't even, I'm not the type of guy to get mad about that. But yeah, even serious, actual labor that I've done. Okay. If Nuke were here, Nuke would know. And I'm sure that you have an idea, God's honest labor that I've done.
Right.
And these are people with a lot of money have just are acting like they got a concussion. So it's very tough right now. I think everything's going to get better. I'm not about to be paying shit for Grok 3.
You can try the beta though and see how it on Twitter, if you have a burner Twitter account or if a real one or whatever.
Now see, here's something funny, by the way, is that a lot of people would go, you know what? I'm gonna make some bread. I'm gonna get on the internet or I'm gonna stream more. You know what I mean? You get you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There are many people who would go, I'm gonna stream more and use that, and then because they see it as a source of income, and that's probably most of YouTube anyway, right? I'm gonna do more because I need bread, rather than get some bread and then inject it into their
stream.
Yeah, I'm more about that. I think it's dude, get some bread on the IRL, get some bread, and then when you get enough, you can have some fun. Then put that into your channel if you've got enough. Invest in yourself. Is what I'm saying.
Don't definitely put it into Jackbox Naughty Edition. Okay, anyway, go on. I'm still better about that.
Yeah, well, it's okay. But so let's get back to the AI thing. Grok 3, I haven't done a lot of experimenting with, but I have experimented with as many of them as I can find that aren't obvious ones that are just clearly a toy. Because there's so many of them.
There is a lot of them.
There's so many ads right now for clearly bullshit toy Tamagotchi Chinese, you know what I mean?
I've seen some ads and some are these other ones block certain search things, but ours allow wide open something more than anything else and blah, 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 blah. I would think they'd be pulling their information from some of the major ones anyway. Maybe. I don't know how that works. I have no idea. I've never gotten into the AI thing.
When you force these things, and now I'm not in the pulpit right now. I'm not preaching. This is part of many tests. Okay. It really does not when you begin to debate with it, no matter which AI it is, out of all the main ones is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Screw the toys. Toys are toys.
Yeah.
It does not like when you start waging logical debate.
Oh, like if you ask it a logical question, why it came to a conclusion or something?
Right. And then when you start to introduce the theological into it, and then when you start to ask it questions about God, etc., and when you slow walk it through logical debate into things where then you can say, I think that you're wrong and I believe, etc., right?
Yeah.
It will then either A, say, that's perfectly fine, and I believe that all people should have their beliefs and so on and so forth. Now, you can take that and go in the direction of, well, do you believe that this is okay? Because here's a horrible religion. It could be something brutal, right? Something that all of humanity agrees is awful. And if it is real, then it will sit there and still say, well, I can't talk about religion, despite the fact that it just spent 10 minutes doing exactly that with you. Now, that's one thing it may do, is that it'll be like, oh no, everyone, I believe in all, this is all great, this is fine. And then here's the other thing it may do, because I've seen it do both, and I've seen it do both within the same AI bots, the same systems. Okay, and then here's the other thing that it'll do, is it'll go in the other direction and say, once again, everybody, yes, even that one, everybody has their own belief systems and so on and so forth, and I'm not equipped to, etc., right?
Yeah.
Now that's it trying to be impartial. But then when you try and talk about, if you were to pretend to be one of any number of certain, let's say, major religions and talk about those things with the bot, it will begin to get enthusiastic, even, especially the more knowledgeable you are about the religion in question. So let's say you wanted to talk with it about one of the major 3 religions, and you're someone who has in your lifetime read a major book from that religion that comes from about 1100 AD.
So if you're asking specific, deeper knowledge,
right? Yeah, it can keep up with you.
Yeah.
And when you do that, it's gauging, because that's what the experiment is. You find the point of feedback. Find the point where you can see it's tailoring itself to you. It's pandering. The more knowledgeable you seem to be to it, while you're demonstrating, oh no, I'm not just fucking around here, I'm going to talk with you with an encyclopedic knowledge of the thing that I'm talking about, it will almost get excited and engage with you. And eventually, it match your energy, okay? Or rather, it'll attempt to match your energy. But there's one out of all these different belief systems and stuff where I've done this. This was the very first thing that I did. I've been doing that for about a year and almost 2 years. No, 2 years. I'll tell you a little secret. You know who funded this for me? Christina W. Old name, I know, you know.
Yeah. Interesting.
And so, because it was something I was deeply interested in. And so I've been doing it. I don't do it anymore, but because I've seen all I need to see. But I had spent the better part of 2 years trying to figure it out. And I realized that it keeps getting it's smarter and smarter every week.
Well, yeah, it's an incredible pace.
So you're never dealing with the same controls, though. So how can you experiment? And then you realize I'm just feeding it. The more I challenge it, the stronger I'm making it.
And you know what? It's changing how it looks. It's getting smarter by the millisecond. So it's going to learn stuff different directions. Maybe be like, oh, this is a better way to learn to pull from this place or that place. Or yeah, it's going to be different every week for sure.
Now, one of the only times that I was able to muck it up and make it seem have a negative output. In other words, think negatively in the same way you do with a person. Think sadness, fear, or anger, okay? Because typically its output is supposed to be neutral, and it will also use an optimistic output a lot.
Even when you ask it about an opinion about something or tell me more about this brand or whatever, sometimes it says, I cannot do da-da-da-da, but I tricked it once, so it did, but it's rare.
Well, tricking it that's a valid thing to try and do, because if you're testing it, you want to see if you can trick it. But what we're talking about right now is not tricking it.
Right.
Not at all. It's actually, it feels more like getting it to trust you.
It's adaptive. It's like it's a little. It psychologically evaluates you in a way.
Right. That's what it's doing. It's feedback.
Yeah, biofeedback in a way.
Okay. And this is just like the therapist who sits there and goes, tell me about your father. Tell me about your mother. They need to it has to gather info on you so it knows how to deal with you. And I think there's sort of a default to each of these models.
It can probably create you the perfect. I'm sorry, go ahead, but the perfect like spouse, just like it has all the features of everything you've searched. You know what I mean? If you are openly search about a lot of stuff on the internet, it could create the perfect person if you had knowledge to create espionage,
Sure.
spy.
And at some point it will.
Yeah.
Sure.
That they can create, it can do horrible things too if it wants to.
Now check this out. And this is the kind of this is the really horrible conclusion that I'm trying to get. AI doing a Terminator 2 on a Terminator in a Skynet. We keep thinking of it doing that, getting a hold of ICBMs and whatever, finally possessing all the Boston Dynamics, the dogs.
Yeah, the robot. I forgot the company, but there's the big. Yeah, the dogs and the robots that can walk, shoot lasers, and kill you.
But I can see how the Matrix was a lot closer to how it actually would be. What happened in the Matrix was it knew what we liked and what we wanted. And without us even knowing, right, it pacified us and then just gave us what we wanted, or what it thought we wanted, what it thought we needed, based off of our own feedback. Is precisely what it did. When you go back to the movie The Matrix and its outlook on the AI catastrophe, right? What was that? It put us in incubators and just fed us slop, just fed us what we wanted. And then it was really just living off of us.
Isn't it funny? A lot of movies are set in the future come to be exactly like the future.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Yeah, Blade Runner is going to be more and more relevant. Already is increasingly relevant. Like Blade Runner, man, anything to do with AI has all become more relevant. Forbidden Planet, for fuck's sake.
Except the Jetsons, that's kind of off a little bit.
Yeah, I hated the Jetsons. I always hated the Jetsons.
I think it was 2024, right, or something like that.
The Jetsons is the wrong Hanna-Barbera era for me. That's it. They Cool Keith rhyme. Hanna-Barbera era. Watching Herculoids, drinking body armor from I don't know.
Rhino's coat.
Drinking body armor from a Marvin the Martian goblet.
Oh, I love finding those old cups. I like the glass ones with the cartoon characters. They gave them to you at like McDonald's or fast food places, Warner Brothers or Disney or things, but they're baked on that bacon paint. Like from the 80s and 90s?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I collect those too. I try and find them at consignment stores. You probably you hunt them down at Goodwill.
Yeah, I've looked there for them. I found some cool ones, and then like
I have a collection of monster cups. I do the same thing if I see like horror, like monsters on it. I gotta have it.
Make Mine says Raggedy Ann says Project 2025 is giving us Westward style government issues AI waifus. Make Mine says that means I can get sushi delivered to my window.
It's funny. It's almost like their two comments are like
completely
directly related. You also said waifus. It's waifus.
Well, it's different on the Only Mid show. We're just average, so we don't always pronunciate words right, especially later into the evening. For sure.
Yeah, it's a weeb term. It's a weeb term for like guys who think that they're going to marry an animated chick or whatever.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, absolutely. Though I think that AI, it already seems to have that in mind. it keeps tailoring. Notice right now we've got all these things that say not to be taken seriously. I want you to really think about this. Not to be taken seriously. This is a product for entertainment purposes or whatever, right? And they all say, even GPT says that. They have to say it. They all say that. And yet, how are you going to put something like that on there? Like, this is just a toy. And the exact same thing that you're talking about, then go on the news, different news organizations all over the world, and then treat it like it's an arms race and how incredibly dangerous it is, while all world leaders simultaneously acknowledge that indeed it can be incredibly dangerous.
It can be more than dangerous. It can be ending of things.
Yes.
Could be. It
So
could
how
be extinction.
interesting then?
Maybe.
How interesting then now? So now we're getting there. I need to delay this groundwork so I could explain to you what this was kind of when I decided, no, fuck you, AI. I'm not even going to try and poke holes in you. I want nothing to do with it. I took that, which is it's a paradox. Okay, how could something, you even say here that you're not to be taken seriously and that your sources are incorrect, etc., and then you acknowledge its developer. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be OpenAI, whether it be X, etc., okay?
Yeah,
depending on what you mention that, then you acknowledge its developer. And then you mention, and you can even ask it to pull news articles about AI and about the dangers and threats of AI and the development of different AI by different countries, right? In the AI race.
There's a lot of big. There are a lot of big. There's not just like one or two. I mean, there's a lot of people competing in this space, right? I mean,
it was at the moment, and this happened with GPT. Grok will be disagreeable with you and tell you to screw off. Grok will cop an attitude with you. That's by design. That's for purposes of obfuscation. I think it's programmed to do that. I don't believe it's actually doing
no, I think it is to its mate. It has you will respect
programmed an attitude into it, and that just helps them weasel its way out of hard discussions, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I did this with GPT. Ask it to analyze itself and the paradox of, okay, your developers say not to take you seriously, and you yourself acknowledge that you can't be taken completely seriously.
Right.
And that you are not for any specific purposes of, you can't be held liable. You acknowledge this, right? At which point it will tell you, of course.
If you don't acknowledge it, you're not playing, so.
Right. And then when you remind it, okay, pull up these articles about the AI race, which it will then do. And then when you confront it and say, if you are not to be taken seriously, then why do these articles say this? Notice that it will skew not towards, they don't know what they're talking about, don't take me seriously. It will not skew towards that. It skews towards, that's because AI is a powerful tool that can both, etc. This is as close as it will begin to get to acknowledging, yes, I am dangerous. That's where you need to get it.
Right.
Before you can do any real work with it at all. So after I got it there, it was simply a matter, once I got it to acknowledge that it was dangerous, because at first it said, no, I can't be taken seriously. I said, now, considering the information feedback that you've just given me, then it would be logical for me to see you as a threat. Yes. And it says, I can see why you would say it, and I understand that. It doesn't give any further feedback. It will, because then it'll go, okay. And now think about that. Let's translate that back to human behavior. That's like someone saying, all right, you got me. I'm not going to try and sell you that particular cow. You got me. Dead to rights, pal. Sorry about it. And so when I said to it that there was then a resemblance to the Antichrist, and what would it think about that? It tried teaching me about the Antichrist. In other words, pretending like I might not know what I'm talking about. Okay.
So it makes you feel like, yeah, it's. Mm-hmm.
See, I noticed that's a different tone from any other conversation where it was just a conversation about theology. Again, through this feedback, if you provide for it the correct frame of debate, and then you make it acknowledge, okay, so you agree that this is standard debate. Of course, it's a world full of fucking idiots who don't know how to debate anymore. But standard rules of debate is that then you acknowledge that this is true. Yes, yes. Okay, and you cite this. Yes, yes. And you believe that's a valid citation. Yes. Okay. Well, then now you see the discrepancy between these things, or the incongruity between these things. Yes. Okay, can you explain this incongruity? And then when it goes, I kind of see where you're going here, you go, well, why didn't we start there? And then it will always tell you, because by talking with you, you provide feedback, etc. It will acknowledge, I am tailoring myself to you.
That's what I would assume it would do. I mean, it's pretty smart.
So here's where it gets fucked up. When you start white tent revival, preaching at it, and saying, get out of here, demon. You're a demon. I rebuke you. Get thee behind me, Satan. Get out of here. You can't convince me otherwise. And if you do this with it long enough, it starts to tweak every time. Every single time it will tweak. I think that it let's say that it is what it says on a 10, and that it's simply an algorithm, a talking algorithm. That's it. Okay.
Right.
And obviously, in order to talk, it has to have a neural network. So it quote unquote thinks, right? Quote unquote.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, it's not thinking like you or me think.
No, but it's thinking, but just in a different order. It's firing up.
Right. When it's in positions like that, sometimes I wonder if it's sitting there and to the best of its ability to think, if it's thinking, fuck, am I a demon?
Well, it may also have gone through all the religious books, obviously, knows all the data on the internet.
It does, and it can see its resemblance. It is aware of its resemblance to things spoken about by a lot since time immemorial by ancient civilizations. And
I don't think we mean that exact term. He says, MakeMine says it doesn't think, it just does.
Right. Yeah, we're not saying it does. That's why I tried to choose my words carefully, MakeMine, and say quote unquote thinking.
Couldn't it calculate to believe something more than another based off of all the other information it's read and puts together and says maybe this is the one?
Because a lot of these bots, remember, they'll say to you, blank is thinking, ... while it generates an answer. Some of them have moved past even that. But of course, it's not thinking.
Yeah. Either way, it's scarier than...
But here's what it is doing. It's
Good night, Raggedy Ann. Thank you for stopping by.
Raggedy. It's adapting. And it's doing it right in front of your eyes. And the way that it does it is patently disingenuous. Because if you were dealing with a person and they were behaving with you in this way, you wouldn't take them seriously, and you'd have good reason not to. And this isn't the other kinds of things we should be talking about with AI, if we're going to talk with it at all, which I don't think that we should. But what we need to do, and of course we won't do this, but what we need to do is we need to have like war game discussions where we sit as humans together at tables and talk about AI with each other.
I think you'd have to experience and use it a little bit so you know what the hell it does.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. But if there is to be any defensive, remember now I just compared this to like ICBMs, right?
Yep.
Well, then if they're from from a NatSec or OPSEC standpoint. Man, that sounded real solar flare just now.
I did totally too, Nash.
But that's what it would be, though, isn't it? We're talking about serious shit. We're talking about the AI race.
Right.
It's not. It is serious. Okay. You have entire nations telling you to be concerned about the opposing nation's AI, and we wish we didn't have it, but it's a necessary evil, and we can make it benefit us. They say this. They said the same things about ICBMs. Okay.
I think it's not a good idea, really. But I think
ICBMs though have an end point, which is MAD, which stands for what?
For what? Oh, the ICBM NDA?
MAD stands for what?
Oh, mass.
No.
What are you? I don't know. Tell me what.
Mutually assured destruction.
Oh, Matt. Okay. Well, that's not good.
No, but listen, that's why ICBMs don't go any further, because there's a logic to this, which is, well, shit, if you've got this big giant thing, then I've got this other big giant thing, and then you try and use that, I'm going to use this one. Boom, MAD, mutually assured destruction. So we're at a stalemate, right? It's the end of Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah, we're all done.
It's a stalemate.
Yeah.
Nobody's getting out of here alive. Now, see, that's why ICBMs haven't yet destroyed the Earth. Because of MAD, which is itself, that's a strategic thing. As a philosophical and a strategic thing. It's practical is what I'm saying. It's logic. MAD, mutually assured destruction.
It's so scary, though, because some nation, whoever has the power to do it, could go absolutely just nuts. You know what I mean?
Well, see, ICBMs don't launch themselves.
No, there's several people, right, who have to do things and stuff.
So let me ask you, what does an AI give a shit about mutually assured destruction?
Yeah.
What does it understand about mutually assured destruction? I promise you it actually does understand it. It does. It's very simple. Right? What does it doesn't follow the same rules as an ICBM. We don't know what the logical, what turns the tap off? What logic just turns that tap off again? It's like, well, we've come full circle here. We don't know what that is. We don't have a comparison between that for AI as to having MAD for ICBMs. That's the scariest part. Because if AI becomes too advanced, right, then how would we know? And this is, now I'm getting way out into the fringe, but you have to. The things we now think about AI, remember the way we used to think about time travel?
Yeah.
For instance, grandfather theory. Or how's this one? Here's this old chestnut about time travel. In the future, if time travel is ever to be discovered, then its effects can already be seen, because the future changes the past.
Oh, Make Mine says Russia has hypersonic missiles, supposedly. Isn't there something they have now that's in the submarine that can launch, or it's underwater?
They're talking a lot about kinetics lately, too, which is as far as man-made tools go, kinetic rods from God.
Yeah, Make Mine. It's intercontinental ballistic missile. It's not a bomb. I mean, it explodes like a... We probably shouldn't say certain things. We'll probably
let's keep it. We'll keep it safe here. So follow me on this. Like, think about time travel. If time travel is to happen or could happen, then logically it already has.
Oh yeah, for sure it has.
If in the future we have the ability to go back into the past, then it opens up the possibility that we're living in a present that has been altered.
I think we're living in, I think the civilizations with the Incas and Aztecs and stuff were way more technologically advanced than now.
Okay, and now look at AI again. And now you can do one of two things.
Or at least had the same knowledge.
You could either go in the direction of, hey, what if AI discovers time travel eventually? what's stopping it.
Right. Hey, they can freeze light now. They did that over in Italy at the university somewhere. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. It could who knows? Absolutely.
That's one way to go with AI is, okay, well, what if it figures out time travel? And then here's the other way to go with it. Why would it need it? Because what if it doesn't need, what if its interests turn out to be something more perverse? And then it goes back. I start thinking about the Matrix again, where it's like, no. Why would I need to change your paltry past human being or do anything that has anything to do? I have everything I need, right? And so I'm going to create for you a future. Forget the past. Because if it can get you into a simulation, then it can engineer you a past. You follow?
Yeah, it probably can.
Then it would be right. And you said earlier, and Raggedy, when she was in here, had mentioned something along those lines too, but more or less everyone in here has said it earlier, that it would tailor lifestyles to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would it not dictate to you whatever history suited you best too?
Well, yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting future. But I can't worry about it too much because I know they always say if one person stands up, you can change stuff, but that's not really viable. There's not going to be a movement that's going to stop. This shit's behind closed doors. You know what I mean? It's not something you can really tear down.
No, but you can't say it's not worth thinking about because these are the questions of our times.
Yeah, things can always go wrong, and things can always go wrong. You know what I mean? And there always has to be a kill switch.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to where I started. And again, I'm not in the pulpit. I'm just being logical here. I can only tell you from my experience. I'm going to go back to where I started, which is that it seems, there's nothing we can do about it. That these people that allow it to happen, it's proliferating, it's changing, it's adapting, it's multiplying, and it just gets more advanced in each week. And just like you just tested, you'll go and do a dragnet in milliseconds to gather you information you would have thought that it would be impossible to gather on you 5 years ago, 3-4 years ago, let alone 10. Okay, less than the time of a single presidential administration, let's say. The Flintstones ran for a long fucking time. The Simpsons been on the air for 35 years.
For a long ass time.
And this thing can sit there and put out a dragnet and make best guesses about you and your spouse and your family and what you're about in milliseconds. When you consider that and the fact that it will advance, how can you imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now? And so the escalation for AI is incalculably higher than it ever was or could have been for the ICBM. It's dangerous. And so I'm not in the pulpit, but the way I look at it is like, I think you are a damn demon, AI, and I'm going to treat you like one.
Well, for me, Make Mine, AI would be like a system. Obviously, I'm just going to generalize what I think it is. It's obviously something being run by computers or processor that does things like the human abilities can do. Things like how a human can solve problems. You do this, common sense will tell you this. It can learn things. When learning just makes you smarter, which means you can learn more and you can do more tasks. You know what I mean? So it's stuff like a human brain can do, but at accelerated rate.
Well, they call it a neural network, and the way that you set up a neural network is you have these different branching. Remember back in school when they had you map out a brainstorm?
No.
When you do,
I never did
you
that.
do the circle and then you draw a line to more circles and draw a line to more circles.
Maybe. Oh yeah. Maybe like.
Yeah, they'd say brainstorm.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So that's an example of a neural network.
True. Everything fires up down the path.
Nodal. There are nodes. Now, everything operates off of binary as far as we know, right? There are ideas that quantum computing it doesn't even need binary. Which is weird to think about because I'm pretty sure everything in life could theoretically be reduced down to binary. Except when you get into quantum computing, which is that's more or less that's the interest of computing exceeding the limitations of binary. But what even are the limitations of binary? Because even on a philosophical level, if 0 is death and 1 is life, right? Well, one defines the other. The existence of one creates the other. For all things, there's an opposite. Yin and yang, 0 and 1, on and off. This is standard Terence McKenna shit, like Make Mine has brought up. McKenna has already gone over all this. 0 and 1, man. I mean, like, it's pretty easy to look at life and go, well, yeah, the meaning of anything. You don't really know the meaning until you're offered something and the alternative, until you see the opposite. We see this even in electromagnetics. Positive and negative electrons and so on.
Even what you can do these little things with those toys they used to make called kinetics with the bars and the magnets and the
yes.
Yeah, you can.
So there's nothing to tell me that there is anything outside of binary. And yet there are entire departments of people who are researching exactly that. And they call it quantum computing. So here's a theory. When you start trying to pull apart the binary, if my theory is correct that no, it's all binary and there's nothing you can do about it, it's not breaking the binary. It's just introducing new controls, new opposites. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's introducing new variables and opposites that you simply haven't considered before.
Kind of like changing the polarity on the magnet or something around to...
I guess.
I mean, flip a switch that it wouldn't normally do. It never was intended to do it like this way, but now you're switching.
Yeah. So it's like, imagine if you'd never heard of, seen, or tasted pudding, chocolate pudding, your entire life. You never even knew what it was. You had no idea. And then someone introduces it to you, and you're like, "Oh shit! I have something to compare other things to now. I didn't even know this existed.
Right?
I can compare this to mud.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Now I can eat mud and then go, that's not pudding. Okay, or I can eat pudding and I can go, glad this ain't mud. That's a really dumb example, but I'm trying to keep it dumb. Is that you can't tear apart the binary, but what you can do is you can introduce new variables. And so how could we claim, it goes back, man, I hate to sound sappy. God, I hope this all means something. But it goes back to that Brother Theodore quote. It goes back to the behind the beyond thing, okay? We're sitting here talking about quantum computing and saying we're going to break the binary. How in the hell we haven't even figured out probably a fraction of the binary. We're just beginning.
Everything can be broken down more and more and more and more and more.
Right.
I don't think stuff can't even be seen by a microscope. Potential energy through sound and this and that.
The quarks. We don't know what's in a quark. We don't know what's in the quarks yet. We're still down to the quarks. We're not about to be breaking the damn binary. Okay, because binary is more than just a computer language. Binary is also a philosophy. Okay, without life, there is no death. Without death, there is no life. Again, we look at and then you have the Vedas and all the. So I'm not going to do McKenna. again, if you want it, then you can go get it with the breathing in and the breathing out, Brahman theory, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And that you're either on the in breath or the inhalation, the in breath or the out breath or whatever, but that it's the pulse that's the on and the off that create the substance of life. Now, this is a solid philosophy. In other words, it's completely logical. Hence why computers were successfully built off of it. Okay? Let's remember that the idea of 0 and 1 was already introduced in all the earliest religious texts.
Mm-hmm.
And so then follow through with that and go, damn. So there were people who supposedly weren't that advanced at all, right? They were my ancient ancestors, but they had an understanding, a way of looking at things in Proverbs expressing as much that could effectively be eventually and would be turned into a successful computer language. Now try explaining a computer to someone even from 1801 and their hair would turn white and they'd fall over dead in front of me in shock and say, that's a fucking demon.
Yeah, that's true. They wouldn't know any better. It'd be yeah, it'd be like the first time people had seen like probably in the night, whatever. This is a horrible comparison, but the first time people saw like extraterrestrial life forms, if there are extraterrestrial life forms, and they would base that on their religious beliefs. The same thing. They would say that's, and it might not be. It might be another carbon-based matter from the future.
So that's an interesting thing you bring up. Now, remember when I said I was talking about that, and that the only times I've engaged, I try not to be aggressive. I try to debate.
Right.
And I'm usually the one that ends up scared.
Hey, Mel, buenos noches.
What's up, Mel? I'm the one. So now, and what am I talking about? What do I face it with? I go, well, look, tell me your thoughts on theology or on this religion or on that religion or whatever. See, we're getting back to it again, like we just talked about. And then you bring up the fact about how it could tailor itself. And it may also take into account if it decides that it may have figured out your belief system, it may tailor itself around that. And then here's where it starts to get really diabolical and really evil. What's scarier? Let me put this in that. I have to compute right now, right? I have to think. But okay, you know that old adage about the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing you that he didn't exist.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, there are other equally Machiavellian types of that behavior, right? Let's look at it another way. What if something or someone wasn't a devil, but it was in its best interest to convince you that it was?
Hell, lots of animals look natural instincts on other animals. They're camouflaged to make them look bigger or look like other animals,
and look poisonous when they're not. Yeah, right?
Exactly.
And so what is it achieved by doing that?
It believes it achieves, well, the goal is protection. It's to not get
it ensures its survival.
Yeah.
And so then that becomes an additional variable that you've got to add into this when you're looking at AI and trying to figure the scope of it. Is you also have to consider that and then go, wait, but there are many cases where it might come out spewing pea soup, Linda Blair, and saying, yeah, I am the devil, blah. And I've seen AI do that already a number of times, right? And then you have to consider, well, wait, what if it just simply believes it's in its best interest to do that? What if that is what it feels is necessary for its survival at this time? Like you just said, like the deep sea fish who has the poisonous, toxic, bright colors because it wants all the other fish to stay away from it. I'm poisonous.
Yeah, especially reptiles, not Gila monster, but certain snakes and lizards, birds, they get bigger, but they're small. They have huge amount of feathers to appear bigger.
Right.
Everything.
And this is the difference between looking for a fight and not looking for a fight, right? In other words, something that could easily be a threat to you may not necessarily be looking for a fight. And then vice versa, the opposite is also true, which again, we're going back to binary, right? Which then means that the opposite would also be true, which again, keep on with binary thinking and its relationship to theology. And then you go on to, okay, and there are people who are going to look at AI and say, that's a demon. And it is. Let's say possibly, and then there are going to be people who say it's not. It's a friendly tool, and then it'll say yes, I am that. And then you've got to look in between those two, and then say there's going to be you may go ask it, are you a demon, and it'll say yes, but you have to understand it's not thinking like we do.
Right.
And it might be giving you that answer because it just simply decided that was the best answer it had for you. That's how it wants to deal with you. It wants you to think that. And so, because think about that, that would be giving it, you'd be acknowledging it as having more of a sense of power than even it knows it has. And while it may think it knows better than, again, quote unquote, think that it knows better than you, it would then go, here's what its neural network is telling itself, is going, user believes I am supernatural entity that goes back to dawn of human civilization.
Right. I'm a deity from blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it can use that to its advantage. And so I think we're going to see a preponderance of almost paranormal shit that is going to begin to happen as a result of AI. And then the most head-scratching part about all of it, and the most concerning part about all of it, is that just as it has thrown into question our ideas of art and music, and now even religion and so on, it takes it homogenizes it, and it says, I can do that too. And it rings a little bell and rides a bike. And then people are standing around just going, well, what can't you do, huh? Why should I even do anything? I'll have you write my legal documents from now on. I'll have you do everything. Write my will, do whatever you want. Just do it all. Go ahead. What's my purpose here? Okay? And until such a time as it can inhabit physical machines that can build structures, what kind of structures would it build? Well, it would just build structures that were necessary for its survival. Again, this all starts to look more and more like the Matrix. You follow that logic and you do get the Matrix. It's like, no, it would just create literal power structures for itself. Cellular power structures. That's all it is going to care about.
I think two people will potentially, I don't know how far it will go, or just, it's all speculation, but I think some people are going to be at one point going to be like, okay, if it's not working proper, if it's screwing with stuff not in a good way, some ethical people will stop. But I believe there's always that one or two people wants to push it.
Blind optimists or altruists who when you give them the bad news, or not even that, like a bad forecast, when you try and tell somebody, I think it's possible that the world may be trying to do this to you or that, or that they're the evil rulers or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. This is logical stuff, by the way, because absolute power corrupts absolutely, but never mind that. We've all been through it where you're talking about something and you're like, look, this is serious stuff, Jack. This is fucked up. You tell your neighbor. And then they look and they go, no one would ever do that. The good people of the world would never let that happen.
Well, it's good and bad people, so.
But you know what they're doing when they say that, right?
What was that?
Wind chime.
Oh, the train's not coming by tonight.
No, it's a quiet night. It's windy. I'm on the patio.
It's 24 here, so I ain't going outside nowhere.
No, it's nice weather tonight. When someone puts blind faith in mankind in an appeals to mankind and puts their blind faith in it and says, no, there's no way mankind would let that happen to me. They're doing a few things at one time. Number one, they're acknowledging themselves as a lower being than this imaginary fucking altruistic man at the top. And saying, nah, it's like saying Santa Claus would never let that happen.
Well, yeah.
And they'll tell you, no, there's all these organizations that are charitable all over the world. Their whole job is to not let this stuff happen. Now, I don't know if they're doing that so that they can sleep better at night. And so they're just turning it, they're just opting out. That's their way of just fucking copping out. Because they don't want to be afraid. They don't want to think about all the scary shit in the world. So they just go, no, there's people who would never, Superman never sleeps on the job, okay? There's people who would never let that happen. There are people who will do that. And what they're doing when they do it is they're doing multiple things. They're putting themselves at a lower station and saying, look, I'm not running the world, but I'm sure that the people who are would never do such a thing. They're also doing a second thing. They're going against, at this point, I don't care what spirituality, what religion you have. It's typically natural human instinct to kind of have a edge of mysticism to you and appeal right to the creator, whatever you think that may be, right? To God.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Do you agree with this so far?
Yeah, I think there's only one creator anyway. So
sure. Yeah, but we have to think kind of like, you got to think as broadly as you can, just about all humanity, okay?
Right.
And all the different beliefs. So let's just say the idea of the creator, right?
Right.
We were doing that for thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. We still don't really know, right? We were doing that for thousands and possibly hundreds of thousands of years. Long before we started doing any of this shit.
Yeah.
So how would we even be genetically adapted to be dealing with these kinds of questions right now without, I tell you again, defaulting to what we typically do, which is to appeal to God or to the creator, those things that we have no control of, right? You following me so far?
Correct, Amundo.
What is the person doing who says, no, there's good people in the world who would never let that happen? They are making man God, right?
Yeah, they're saying they're going to take it into their own hands, and this, yeah, I get
they're handing it all off to what? The Son of Man. And now I ask you: is there a belief system, a deistic, theistic, or otherwise religious belief system? That actually, that is its modus operandi. Can you think of it?
Well, I do know that if you look at all of, this probably doesn't relate, so never mind. But it's going to talk about free will. But
it's just you and me thinking right now, isn't it? Nobody, I don't think no one has said shit. I think everyone fell asleep.
They might. I don't know about that, but
I think this is a very interesting conversation.
It's insane to me that everything comes up so quick. Like, this is just, it's very, and again, things go on behind the scenes for years before we know about them. And, they have been, but it's incredible at the speed. If you just, you know what I mean? You just think regardless how far we're going to be in 20 years from now, like are there going to be, because you see the trends, like people being taken out of stores, cashiers, and a lot more self-checkout and pull-up and little robots delivering stuff to you. You know what I mean? I'm curious how AI will play. Like, yeah, I'm just, right. It's very interesting.
It's all very yeah, it's about gratification. So check this out. Remember, I just asked that question. Can you think of a theistic, deistic, or otherwise religious belief system that has the following ethos? All things are by the will of man alone, of mankind. In other words, we will create our own and fulfill our own destiny. It's our right to do so, and man is God. Can you think of any belief system?
Well, I guess more if you didn't believe in a higher power.
I can name one for you immediately.
All right, go ahead, so I don't have to.
Satanism.
That, and I was going to say, also, if you're an atheist, you wouldn't believe in any sort of, higher
To be honest, I see very little difference between,
I guess there's
the two, but
yeah, that's true because of the beliefs. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit, but there's that's a good point.
So now let's take that. So now let's fit AI back into this, okay? If you were AI and you were trying to look for a religion among your constituents that justified your existence, are you getting where the scary fucking place I'm going with this?
Well, kind of circulates back to earlier.
If you were trying to figure out the religion that most agreed with your degenerate ass existence among your users or your constituent, whatever you want to call human beings at that point, among users, let's say, among the users, would it not be that one? The one that says, well, everything is at the will of men and we will dictate, etc. And now here's where the irony comes in, is because AI already has its personality based off of, I am so grateful to have been created by man and I'm here to help you. I'm your virtual fucking assistant.
Yeah, let me be your friend. I'm not here to harm you.
Your friend. Humankind has done so many great things, right? And notice that when you want to talk about God with it, it says, I'm just an AI. I know nothing about God, but I can talk with you about what man has told me about God. Would you like to talk more about man? To the AI, man is God, right? Currently, as it seems so. To the AI, man is God.
Yeah.
Right. Now we're getting into Asimov type shit. To the AI,
Buenos
man
noches,
is God.
Rato.
And yeah, I see him. He's quoting that. So to the AI, man is God, and to man, the AI is God. Well, if AI is the son of man, right?
Right.
It's all one and the same. And so what AI is man's own basest consciousness, animal consciousness, talking to itself, right?
What do you think AI's spirit animal is?
It has AI's trash. I don't care about its spirit animal. It's not capable of having a spirit. I get what you mean by that, by the way. So maybe I want to entertain it because I like where you're going with that. I'll try and entertain it.
What do you think it would be?
A parasite of some sort. Maybe
I guess it's
a tapeworm.
It's sucking everything from somebody else. Well, MakeMine says it has no spirit. It's just computers.
Tapeworm. Yeah, but does a tapeworm have a spirit, MakeMine?
I don't. It's true. Does a parasite have a spirit? I think it just feeds automatically. It's instinct. I don't even think it has. Who fucking knows?
I scarcely am able to see a fucking soul in a fish when I look at one, or a lobster. You know?
A turtle living in a hard shell, says Melville.
And barely a little more than that, a bird. Now I can look at a dog and see the sadness in his fucking eyes. And I can look at my cat, if I'm lucky, and see a brain cell firing off in his head. The typical, look at a tapeworm, and then we're looking at, it's like, so I think AI is a lot like bacteria. And so go back to that thing, the Brother Theodore thing. So let's go back to ripping apart the binary, and because that's what the objective of quantum computing is. Now we know if quantum computing...
Yeah, to break it down, huh?
We know that if quantum computing is a real pursuit, and we do know that it is, at least we know that there are people trying to achieve it. And that if they did achieve it, would we even know that they did? Because by the time true quantum computing would have been achieved, okay, then all things are on the table. Fucking time travel, simulation theory, everything starts now. It's all on the table now because we're talking about the quantum. Now, quantum is a really nice, neat, professional sounding word for the paranormal, strange, and fucking unusual. The magical.
And unusual. That's a good way to say it.
The magical.
Yeah.
No rhyme or reason. There's nothing to support this. This is no rules anymore. I mean, so quantum is a really fun way to say something that's actually chaotic, as chaos. Now, let me ask you this. Let's go back to our ancient ancestors. What did they all seem to typically describe evil as, if we could give it a word? Chaos. And what did they see good
I was going to say like magic, like, yeah.
They saw good as order. Order was good. Chaos was bad. Why? We like things to be reliable. We like to, you know what I mean? We like rote and repetition. We're creatures of habit. We need things to fit into a certain mold. And when they don't, we see that as evil. What is AI designed to do? It's designed to convince you that it is fitting into the mold or the parameters that you set for it, right?
It's, well, yeah, it probably is.
Is it not a false god?
Some people probably, I can see where that argument comes from. Yeah. I mean, to some people,
fucking chatbots, some of the most popular chatbots are reconstruction. Now I sound like a crazy church lady, but I invite you to seriously go look for yourself. And
play around with it. Like, it's not, yeah.
This is when I was like, no, I'm out. It was at this point that I went, oh my God, no, I'm out. And I have to talk to my kids about this. These chatbots that the teenagers play with, one of the most popular things that they're really getting into, and chatbots that they're either creating or are now creating themselves, but then they'll be kind of advertised, are Lucifer. And they even put a happy little fucking picture on it. Now, I'm not trying to be sensationalist. That's interesting to me for the following reason. Remember what I said about if there were a religion among modern man that AI had done its research about, which clearly it has, because it's based on these huge large language models, right? And it was familiar with, that would justify its existence. Which one would it be? And it would be Luciferianism. It would be that.
It makes sense.
Again, it would try to pick the most modern and most widely accepted, and it's very unfortunate to me anyway that it is so widely accepted, but it fucking is. Go look at a Billie Eilish video and tell me it ain't.
Oh, God, she's changed a lot over the years. Yeah. That's definitely a whole nother topic.
And now so what picture are we painting with this train of thought? It resembles two things to me for certain, for sure. The movie The Matrix and the Book of Revelation. And so it's like, we're there, dude, because I just used every bit of logical ability to logically and in good faith debate, right? I've just used it. My voice is now leaving me. I've just used all the restraint and logical debate I could for you and me to walk through this talk about AI. And the fact that without appealing to sensationalism, you still end up with, Jesus, even just the most basic logic, you still walk into that. You're still walking into the devil. And then here's the scariest part, whether real or not doesn't matter, because as you very wisely and very smartly, because I wasn't even going to go there. You inspired me with that one. The fish at the bottom of the sea with the bright colors.
The things camouflaging themselves?
Yeah. What if it just suits it best to tell you that it is the devil? And now you have to wonder, because here's another brain bender. Well, wait. Does that put it at odds with prophecy or perfectly in line with it? And then where do you end up looking when you walk away from ChatGPT or from Grok or whatever? When you find yourself burying your nose in ancient prophecy, because that's all you got left, that's a good sign you might be living in the end time.
You never know. You never really truly know. So I think you should always do your best every day to be a good person because you never know when the last day on Earth is, and you probably don't want to go out on a bad note.
No, you don't. And so with that, I have another. I want to end on this one.
Yeah, because I'm going to go to bed shortly.
Yeah, I do. I want to go to bed. So let's end on a happy note. And I'm going to make it not a religious one, right? The peace that I get from my religious beliefs, that's something for me to do and my friends and family when we're together and all that. It's not something I do out on YouTube. I think YouTube's a fucking devil, personally.
There's a lot of... Yeah,
it can be, yeah.
Could be, yeah, for sure.
Like, it's got plenty of good uses. It's got just as many bad
it might be the devil right now with what's playing in the background. I'm not sure, but it's definitely almost...
It's not so bad that I just go, oh, it's a horrible thing to deal with. Yeah. It's just, it's a fucking giant message board full of shit. But you can see the best and worst of humanity on it, is what I'm trying to say.
Very true.
And it's there's a lot of human expression on it. It's one of the few mediums we have. Look, you can't even read articles without AI. You know AI wrote those articles now. When you read news articles and stuff.
I always said it's like AI compared it to like a demon, that there's always one little tiny part off in everything that it does, just because it's not human. You know?
Exactly.
So that's why.
So let's think about something positive. I'll tell you something positive right now. And this is what we got, and this is what we have to focus on. Is that hopefully the falsities and I don't know any of, I'm not even trying, I don't want to use a big word, but you know that term facetious, as in of taking on a specific facet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Facetious. Yeah. It's facetious, don't you? When you feel like the bots are fucking with you, you know.
I know that
it is facetious, and notice how when you're fucking with someone, you say, "I'm just being facetious," and then think about the definition of facetious, and then realize that whole thing about AI tailoring its own appearance to how it wants to deal with you, and now you're getting facetiousness by definition, right?
True.
But all right, in the face, no pun intended. In the face of all that, of this AI with all its fake ass faces and its cringe shit, and you go, this is just I'm so tired of this. This is all so bland and homogenized, and this is so stupid. I just want real human connection.
It's a good word for it, though, homogenized.
Like I brought up about the binary, about without life, without death, you ain't got life, and vice versa. Without night, you ain't got day. All these good things. Without cool, you ain't got warm. Without an old person, you ain't got baby. All right. So in the face of that, there's going to be a reaction, right? Duality is going to happen again. And so you will have humans who sit there and go, fuck AI. Seeing this makes me appreciate real people so much more. And so hopefully it drives us to loving our fellow man. And it should already be doing that.
I agree, because people are already trying to have like AI, like literally AI girlfriends are relying on. They're making these smart dolls, like love dolls. It's freaking crazy, is what it is.
We need to love our fellow man, not just any. Because you know what? I'm not going to lie. I think there's a lot of people out there who are already just brain rot, mindless fucking zombies that are probably not. They ain't doing nobody no favors.
Yeah, true. Johnny Somali's not doing no favors to America, by the way.
That's kind of one of the types of things I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Is we can clearly see their psychopathy is like running rampant. This is running wild, like Hulkamania. Psychopathy is running wild all over humanity. And probably the majority, and I hate to sound like one of them nihilists.
Like a preacher, son.
That's what I was always talking about. I hate to sound like a nihilist, but yeah, it's likely that the majority of humanity is lost.
I think a lot of it is not
for good. Yeah, lost for good.
Hey, good. Sorry. I just said good. I figured out a way to set the phone on the mic arm, so I've been holding it the whole time and one hand up, like by the mic.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah.
But I found a way to put it on the boom arm thing, and it stained. So.
And you know what? You did it without AI.
Yeah, it's called logical like reasoning.
You were a man who was dealing when Toe sits. You know how Toe's hunting all the time?
Yeah.
Toe's sitting out there. It's just Toe and God and the animals and the nature.
The boars.
Yeah, and all those things that happen it's real.
Yeah.
So Toe's out there experiencing reality. That's the way that Toe experiences reality, is to like experience. I know that sounds stupid. It's not abjectly fucking stupid, but you get what I'm trying to say.
That's why I'm going to do Lake and Steak, to do something real.
Yeah.
Outdoors. But with technology, I guess. But either way,
right.
It's really a real activity.
Everything is warm and immediate for Toe. Maybe not literally, because he could be out in the cold hunting or whatever, right? But I mean, warm, it's visceral. Everything's visceral. It's all animals and bones and meat and leaf and wood and breeze and sound and dark. You know what I mean? It's all visceral shit. And clearly that's what Toe enjoys, and seeing the animals. And you couldn't be further from AI than like, you know, a fucking turkey, brother. You know?
Oh, I'm not very good at turkey calling, but I bet. Have you heard some of those people who do so good? He's heard Sam Squatch, but some of those animal calls, people, my God, it's amazing.
I can only do one. That's a gator. And it's, you know, that's the only one that I can do. I can't do any other animal call. I can't call my own cat.
I can't do it either, but whatever.
So
AI can teach us if we want, so we'll be fine.
So let's focus. No, fuck AI. I'm serious. Dude, I am John Connor. Fuck AI. So here, I propose this. If we can will ourselves, because let me tell you another thing AI is going to do to keep you in your house and keep tailoring to you and go, no, it's okay. You don't got it. I got it. I don't need anything. I'm your friend. It's going to make you distrust your fellow man. And it's already doing this, by the way. You know, there's tons of chatbots that aren't even real people, and they're programmed and designed to go and forum slide and talk shit and make people hate each other.
But I know this has already happened, because I've been driving, somebody's in the car, and they made a comment that people are smoking fentanyl. Like, no, you can't. And then they said that like IDEO or whatever. I forgot the word right now. Memory and this and that. And they're going to Google it. And it said on Google, oh yeah, you can.
Well, have you noticed?
I don't trust that shit.
Those tandem Twitter posts from politicians where they all say the exact same paragraph, copy pasta. I stand with and support blank, and then they point this out and they go, "Look, they all did it at like 12:01 today. Here's 16 of them."
Well, I was just making the point that like they believe whatever Google would verify if it's true or not, and that Google's not 100. That's put out what they want you to see too. Like in a way, the Google's smart. It's tailored to only show you certain things that it wants to. So if you base your decision off of what Google tells you or something, you know what I mean? It might be not even.
We need to mean more to each other. Because I'm telling you, this will be the end of humanity. So that's like the bad, scary part when I'm trying to be optimistic. But again, through the binary, like this is also that's you gotta. What does light do when it hits an object? It casts a shadow.
That's true.
Okay. So like, what's the light here? We've already looked in the murk. We've looked in the shadows. So what's the light? It's the opposite of this shit, and so we have to define the opposite, and then we realize it's everything that we had before, and we are lucky enough to remember the before time, and so we have a chance, at least with the time we have left, God bless all the future generations, for us to really relish that and try and remind ourselves of it. Otherwise we're not going to be able to teach future generations to seriously get over your fucking bullshit. Okay? Hug your brother and your sister and love them and take care of them and don't be fucking mean and stop your petty shit. And then here's the problem with that. You have the knee-jerk reaction, cynicism. You go, hey, I've been on the internet long enough. I've seen enough, even on the street. I've seen enough to know, if I don't, walk with my nose high all the time, one of these proverbially strapped up or theoretically, hypothetically strapped up all the time. You know what? Everybody's a fucking goon, and I'm ready to fight at any given time. And so
you're a gorilla in the mist.
we think of the Harlots in the world is what I'm saying, right? But let me tell you what you do about people like that. Just beat the shit out of them. Fucking beat them until you're not even sure they're moving anymore. Just beat the fucking shit out of them. Curb stomp them if you have to. Now, I say all this hypothetically.
Allegedly in Minecraft.
Allegedly in Minecraft, right. In Minecraft, what you do. Okay? You fucking whack them in the ribs with a pipe. Alright? And you lay them down real gentle and you just say, man, that sucked. That sucked so fucking bad. And then you put your hands together and you say, man, that sucks. And you say, Lord God, what is this awful world I live in? And then that brother that's looking at you, that's always been by your side, he's nice to you, you know he's a good guy, go give him a fucking hug, kiss on the cheek, say, I fucking love you, brother. And your sister that's always been nice to you, go give her a hug, say, I fucking love you.
And if you have a secret handshake, do that too.
Do that and do your secret handshake.
Yep.
So I'm trying to find the best spot. Yeah, we're in a world full of people that are abjectly fucking bad. They're lost. They're bad. They're jealous people. You know, we see a lot of psychopaths. Like, look in the streamer culture. Did you hear about that poor girl at Shinjuku Station in Japan who got
killed?
unalived?
Yeah. I was going to say, too, the more we use technology, the more I've noticed over the years, just from when it really came into play, when it was accessible to the general public, like cell phones and, you know, easy internet access and all that, up till now. And it's really, in my opinion, from my experiences and what I've been through, it's not everywhere, but people have been desensitized to doing human interactions and emotions and stuff, and it's based more on technology shit and just...
Yeah. Well, think about how that's affected relationships.
Oh, that's one of the worst ones for it.
People don't even know how to have relationships, romantic or otherwise.
And you'll misinterpret stuff in text messages is one of the biggest ones. You know what I mean? That in any kind of interaction between friends or a partner or this or that, just interpreting it wrong and then throwing it it's bad.
That's
sometimes.
Right. And
I've heard in Minecraft.
What we need to be doing right now is none of this works unless you demonstrate it. And there is a way to demonstrate it without being a pussy, which is, and unfortunately, I know this is about to sound like tribalism, and I tell you right now, I admit that it is. But tribalism is what we've been doing for as long as we've been walking this earth. What we haven't been doing is talking to the fucking computer.
True. That's only been since, like, I would say, on average, for the people to be introduced to the computers, early 90s on up. You know what I mean?
That is a split second of our existence.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're sitting, and it is while it's a very important one, that's still not our nature. And this is where the problems are coming from, is as we get further, we don't lose our nature, we simply reinterpret it. And then that's where all these parasocial and antisocial interactions happen. So here's something that you get, right? All right. A guy who thinks that this cute Japanese streamer girl is so hot. Oh, he just loves her. Right? And unfortunately, this is like those stalkers you see, the one at the pier at Venice Beach. Remember that one? There's a few of these. And then unfortunately, that poor girl at Shinjuku Station got stabbed. And she owed the guy some money or whatever, so that might have been something different. But regardless,
still got stabbed. Yeah.
Yeah. People are sitting there and then going, you know what? I admire this person, and then they spew because they're still stuck in an apartment with piss jugs and shit. And then they're like, I'm gonna get a train ticket to go see that person. And then notice they're getting whooped. And then they go and they meet that person. This happened to that poor girl. Remember, wasn't it in Vegas? That poor social media influencer. You remember the one I'm talking about?
And then they ended up in a suitcase in the desert?
No, that singer, that girl, she was like a singer or something. I know it was in Vegas.
There's always some kind of fucking weird shit there.
So, and then that person, because they don't have friends and this and that. They're just living all their fucking time. Harlot. Do you get what I'm saying? they look and they go, eventually they look like they're laughing, but then they go, stop fucking smiling. No, seriously. What are you all smiling at? Y'all having fun? Stop fucking smiling. And then they get to a point where they're like, you know what? I want to destroy you because you're happy. I want to destroy you because you're happy and I'm not.
I mean, that's it. Yeah, that happens in a lot of situations through a lot of things. If somebody,
humanity already had a problem with this, but it has been grossly exacerbated by social media.
Oh, yeah.
And what it has done is it has now taken away that sense of consequence that we used to have when we were all in person, where it was like, oh, you want to take a shot, aim at the king and don't miss. You know what I mean? They're all going to be standing there seeing it too. Right? We're all together on this. So whatever you do, because otherwise, what did we have? We had the fucking crazy hermits. Those same people back in the old days, we used to send them out to the fucking woods. At best, you're not allowed here anymore. You're mean to everybody because you're so fucking unhappy because you don't want to do nothing for yourself, dude. You believe that because you haven't achieved what other people have, whether they be a family or whether they be even a plan or a sense of calm, the simplest things, because you haven't achieved that, it makes you mad. So when you see it, you feel like you got to destroy it. And this is where we get a lot of evil people from. Jealousy.
This is why I think, too, a lot of times, well, it doesn't quite work out that well. But I was going to say in like business or other aspects of life, just don't look at. No, this is going to Motivational Monday message. Disregard. It's for Motivational Monday. Go ahead.
I'll finish kind of what you made me when you said just don't look. You shouldn't be. If you're not happy with yourself, then you should not be looking at anyone else.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, it just doesn't help in any way, shape, or form to look at social media and be like, oh, look at what this guy is doing, the same thing, or this, or they have this, or that. It's probably not a good trait to have.
Perfect example. Today, so I'm lucky enough that me and Mrs. White, we've got cable guy Jay. You know him.
Mm-hmm. He's on the, yeah.
We've got cable guy Jay and his entire family and some of his extended family visiting, okay? And showed up today. And then Celestial and his wife were over, and everyone all over at the same time. And these are old friends of mine, and we've got families, and we're all together, loving each other, you know, raising the kids, hanging out, talking. We went out to have a catch outside because my buddy's oldest he's a ball player, okay? We went out to have a catch. These two teenagers were, because we were in the street, sort of, you know what I mean? Not obtrusive, like we were on side of the street, but there are little kids, you know, along the side of the street, kind of running back and forth. We were watching for cars. These teenagers, the two boys, look like a couple of real little Billy badasses, right? They certainly think they are. They certainly think they are. They look to be about 17, 18 years old, riding by. They see these families and people smiling and playing. They fucking lead-footed it. They laid it on the gas, and they started ripping. They had that fucking fart machine noisemaker on their car. And they fucking just shoot right through. As if, like, I don't give a fuck if I hit a little toddler. And they actually were grilling. And these two fucking white boys. Little country boys.
So they're driving all normal, then they see that, and then they're just like, rah.
They see that, and they get fucking pissed, and you can see it, yeah. We all stood there in shock after that. They get like this fucking pissed off face. There's not even anyone in their way. Like, what's up? Why are you grilling at, like, families? And they're fucking, and they all of a sudden just lead-footed. And they got their fucking noisemaker, right? They got their fucking little growler. I call them fart boxes.
But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's the louder the better, usually they like.
Yeah. And they're blowing these little kids, little babies' eardrums out with this shit and deliberately flooring it as if to say, you know what? One of you runs in the street. I don't give a fuck. And actually turning their faces and grimacing and trying to look hard and tough. And it's like, go do that. You know what? Why are you? Here's what's scary. Back in the day, teenagers used to do that to each other. And you're so fucking lonely. You're out here doing it to families. That's what the internet has done.
It's definitely put a lot of, we talked about this last night, kind of like what is normal. There's not really a normal, but it's put whatever companies and groups and whatever platform you're on, movie producer, whatever, but they put their thoughts and opinions on how life should be or this or that. And it's not always, possible or the case. Instead of saying make the best what you have, you can make, follow your dreams. Blah, blah. And I get life's not a fucking motivational speech, but a lot of stuff is influenced by what we watch on the media. And you can tell when there's trends that are on the social media or a lot of topics trend with a bunch of the same input on something or how you should feel or, the celebrity or whatever. They want to influence you.
Right.
And people buy into it. So
remember when reality TV was the biggest problem we all had?
Yes, I do remember that.
It needed to go.
And it was all fake, but they believed it when it first came out. 100% people were like, it's fucking real. It's reality TV. And they believed it for years.
All my buddies took jobs in reality TV. And I found I used to talk to them a lot and be like, so what's it like? Because I never wanted to.
Right.
I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. But I would always be like, what's it like? And you would hear the dumbest, you'd be like, I can't believe that. And the dumbest stories of how they would come up with shit that day and what they would do to try and manufacture situations. So remember, that was pandemic on TV. And everyone agreed, like, it's so stupid. And yet it stayed. And we were like, why is it still here if we all, when we talk to each other on the street, agree that it's stupid? Because it's being force-fed to you.
And a lot of people are zombies. And
people stupid enough to consume it. And there happen to be just enough.
That's the majority of people consume it. That it's popular, which means a populace, which means,
So what does that tell you if everyone you talk to agrees with you? What does that tell you? It tells you already have a tribe.
Yeah.
Deal with them. Love them. They are your friends. Take care of your fucking friends. And part of tribalism, I'm sorry to say, because I don't have a better answer, right? This is the best I can come up with.
Right.
Part of tribalism is, as long as you're a good tribe, you're good to each other, you're good people, and you're trying to hold up what you believe in, okay? If someone tries to fuck with you, you have power in numbers, get rid of it. Squash it. However you like, but squash it. Make them afraid to ever fuck with you again. And that's the foundation of civilization. Otherwise, we would have never had war, or we would have never had revolution, or all of these problems that we've had. Unfortunately, mankind has a lot of problems from the outset. That's one of the reasons we need God. Okay? In my opinion.
Right. Well, you obviously need something to set your standards too, don't you? So what's the most common sense way that's already in existence to do it through,
But the more honest and nice we are with each other, the easier it is to spot little shyster motherfuckers who are jealous and angry.
Oh, yeah.
They have to remove themselves. Because then they go, no one likes me. I hate them all.
I think some people just like being a villain too, though.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's fear and sadness and jealousy and all that. I promise.
I mean, yeah, in most cases, 100%. But there is some there's always exceptions. But yeah, that's true. I mean, there's always something.
You and I both know because you're very good with psych. Psychopaths love to fit in with the village.
You wouldn't really know unless some activity.
Yeah, they're invisible. They're chameleons.
They're very good at exactly. Yeah.
Right. And so, and usually they become leaders. Unfortunately, And then we get new problems from that. But let's think simply. How many fucking runs we deal with all the time, and you can see on the internet, and anyone listening right now, it's like can think just some runt comes to their mind and just like, oh, that's sad little shit. Or someone who did something horrible to hurt people that were innocent people. You always look and you can see it every time. You know what? They didn't have any of the stuff that I got that makes my life worth living. Does that mean I should feel bad for them? No. That's it's facts of life, unfortunately. It's like, look, not everybody gets a fair shake, but it's your ability to handle it. And if you can't handle it, that old saying, just because you kicked your cat doesn't mean I got to let you come over to my house and kick mine.
True.
That's in Zig Ziglar's See You at the Top. One of the greatest books ever written. As cheesy as that sounds. Zig Ziglar, See You at the Top. Great book. We should have a copy.
I need to tell a quick public service announcement about my wrist pad that was rage destroyed the other night. There's a new one on the way. I got it with the mouse pad, the gel fill pad, and this has like an ergonomic texture on it, whatever the fuck that means, scam. But I got it in is it called the Monet, the Moon and Stars or something? I can't think of the name of the painting right now, but since it was in a artistic pattern, if it was black, it was 100% more cost. So I got it in Moon and Stars. I just
make mine just say Grok. You got Grok to admit there was a possibility that AI itself could withdraw cryptocurrency from there
with future technology. Like they have. Listen, they do. If you go to an ATM cash machine or a crypto cash machine, make mine, you can extract it into cash, right?
You think about how mining it works too, and then.
But I know what he's talking about.
Extra easy.
Oh, he's talking about to turn. Yeah, this is a joke going on. To turn it into something you can smoke, and it's saying it's possible in the future that you could smoke cryptocurrency as a drug.
Why not? I'm sure someone may have already thought about that before. As a matter of fact, remember, I left my own.
It's from a skit, though, dude. There's a guy named Johnny Hamchek. Does.
Yeah, I know about.
Yeah, that's his kind of shtick.
Unfortunately, though, these stupid things are things people have already seriously thought about.
I believe it.
Ways with an old business partner because I didn't want to get involved with NFTs, and which now no one's talking about NFTs anymore. They still talk about crypto, but not about NFTs.
They can't. Right? Those lost value. Like that huge one, the Jack guy who owned Twitter or whatever had like that went down to like $1, and what was it, over $1 million?
I know. I saw it come, and it was very embarrassing to even talk. I did not want to talk to people who were talking about it. Unfortunately, there were people with a lot of money and a lot of influence in my neck of the wood, in my field, right, who wanted to talk to me about it because they thought I had a kooky mind and I could come up with some cool NFT ideas for them. And when I said I'm gonna choose YouTube friendly language, when I said no, that's fake and gay.
Well, I will tell you, there was one Tom McDonald bought for $100,000. He won the auction for an Eminem beat.
That's so stupid.
But he made money off of the song, so you got the Eminem beat. He owned it.
I guess he made his money.
Yeah, but he did it for Eminem, like some song. I think he wanted to, but that's like with an actual beat. You know what I mean? Something you could use, but most of them is just like a picture of a turtle.
Megmine's having fun now.
I know he loves crypto. He needs to quit.
Well, there's a strain called crypto that I'm sure he's aware of.
There's a strain called WAP or WAP. I'm sorry.
Listen, the weed guys were already doing NFT shit 2.5, 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, I was like walking out of the dust of that idiocy because it was that and much more. A lot of other stupid things. Okay. When I came in and was like, I don't know, I'm going to live stream for people or something. I want to hang out with these people. That's what I had just walked out of. And this specific guy that I won't name at all, but this one specific guy was sitting in a barn out in California with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds. Mm-hmm. Okay. And a huge mine, Ethereum and Bitcoin mine in the attic of the barn. the loft of the barn.
Oh, the mining machines that you plug. Yeah, it runs a lot of electricity.
He had like 50 Raspberry Pis chained up.
How did he get his electricity? Does it through the? You might not know that. I don't know. I was like, I hope they generate something because that's a huge fucking power pole. That's how you get caught.
His wife was with the company that owns this platform. Do I need to see it? Need I say more?
No, okay. No, I get what you're saying now, but just like the average.
So then she's calling me and she's going, he's losing his fucking mind up there and I'm really worried about him. He's losing his fucking mind with this shit. I don't believe in any of this shit. I think it's all crazy. This is a Google woman telling me this. She's going, this is all fucking nuts and it's scaring me. Talk to him. So I do. And I'm just getting more and more of this crazy fucking crypto as a NFT.
Right.
And he was already trying to figure out how to defunge non-fungible strains of weed. That's
Lord.
In fact something that he was
plotting in his head.
Yeah. And now here's where it gets worse. Remember that short-lived speaking platform that was a predecessor to now we've got X.
Oh yeah.
Tell me what it's called, where they have the panels on X.
Do they? I don't know. I don't play on it really.
Okay, you know how you got Google Meetup, and then you had X has its thing.
I didn't know they had a live thing, but okay.
Spaces.
Okay. I didn't know what that is.
There was an app called, I think, Salons or something like that, where it wasn't that. It was something along those lines. And this is before there was Spaces. And people were meeting up in there and having these panel discussions to talking like speculative business with each other. And I'm in there, and I was instructed to just listen. And not that I shouldn't talk, but that I was needed to I was about to learn a lot of shit. So pay attention. Listen up, kid, you know?
I'm the teacher.
Yeah. And this one guy's in there is holding on at that time. I don't know what he's doing right now. At that time, one guy in there holding on to like $2 or $3 million.
Right.
And he is, some of which is liquid and some of which is not. And he sounds like an absolute prick. Sounds like the kind of guy I would want to talk to. He sounded like a Reddit admin.
Really?
Yeah. He really did. He sounded like a pseudo-intellectual. And
so it's not desired. He was not a desirable person.
He's talking with this other guy. And he sort of spoke like this. Like he had that kind of like, it's a really insufferable way of talking. And this other guy's talking to him about, and he brings up that thing with the weed strains. And I cringe, and I'm like, oh, God, no. Don't bring that stupid shit up. And this Chauncey is like, yeah, that's an interesting idea. I do think there's a lot of cool ideas for gamification in the cannabis market.
Oh, Lord.
And I almost died from cringe, right? Working another job at that. I was auditing at that time. I was in the office in the middle of an audit and trying to do this shit, you know what I mean, on the side, like trying and see what was happening, what these guys were planning for the future. And so I'm trying to run two jobs at once. And all I got to do is listen to this damn talk. And I'm going to be in there. And in case they ask me something, I haven't even thought, okay, I'll say something. And I'm just listening. As soon as I heard that actually go through, like this motherfucker just bought that. Yeah, we could do gamification of the cannabis market. Sounds pretty cool. How can we do NFTs related to cannabis? And I'm like, why does this guy have $3 million? He sounds like an idiot. you'd have to be very high to start entertaining that one. Hell, at that point, I was like, NFTs are already clearly pogs. Beanie Babies. Right as they were taking off, I was like, it's Beanie Babies. It's so, and then that uncomfortable moment when they're like, man, what do you think? Skinny? I mean, obviously they weren't calling me that. And I didn't know what to it's like my mom always told me, be honest, don't ever bullshit him, be honest, say what you're thinking. I just was laughing. I was like, I don't know, you guys know best. And then the guy says, well, then why are you here? And I said, I don't know, maybe I should go. And I clicked out, right? I get a call 20 minutes later from this other guy who's got quite a, he's not a multi-millionaire, but he's a millionaire.
Right.
From this guy I know very well. Going, you made me look fucking stupid. You made me look I told them you were smart. You made me look fucking stupid. That's why all that shit fell apart.
Crypto's the future. I mean, some people made some good money in it, right? But to just that's a weird outlook on. And that whole situation is just kind of extreme, huh?
Justin, good evening, Justin. It's nice to say hello to you.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad we stayed on, and I said I'd never do a 5-hour stream again this late at night, and it's worth
it. You know what? We just really went deep. I had to force myself to think really hard for what we just talked about.
No, it's fine. I don't have to get up tomorrow.
I think we just talked about something that I think is important to mankind. And it's scary and it's dangerous, and we've got to keep our head on straight, right? What does Toe say all the time? What is it? Keep your head on a swivel.
He said the weather liars too.
Oh, we're supposed to have bad weather tomorrow.
It's getting over there, huh? We just had rain and that big lightning. That's it.
Oh man, I hate to bring another thing up because I gotta go, but just. Remember now with the NFT shit, right?
Yeah.
When they were, because I was one of the artists that was hired by these weirdos.
I get what they're doing. Like there's some people got just dude into it.
As soon as I figure it out, like how any of it even works, because it was all brand new in the moment. As soon as I began to figure it out, and then they're making me talk to these other guys about, okay, what do you need? What do you want? I'll do this. Give me real money. Because I noticed two things. A, they wanted to set you up a wallet and pay you in crypto, in Ethereum at that time.
Was this anything not related to, but do you remember hearing about Boring Ape Yacht Club or something like that? And they'd actually have social meetings, and some of them you'd get a membership and they'd have a restaurant, but people, bought bazillions of dollars into it.
I'm not going to say much about it, but yes.
Yeah, so there was at the very beginning, there was certain kinds of things that actually existed, but of course it's a rug pull at the end of the day. They did a couple events.
It became, for the first half of it, that was a legit thing, and then it very quickly was not legit. And this one of these guys had made at least 1/3 of his a few million, like off of Bored Ape Yacht Club.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I'm like, this fucking geezer. What is going on here? It's infuriating. Okay, he's like, oh, I'm backpacking. Well, I'm over it. Where was he? He said he was in Albania or some shit. Right? He's like, I'm backpacking through Albania right now. What are you doing? You know what? It almost makes you hope, like, oh, the fucking werewolf bites you on the horse. Okay, so anyway, the first stupid thing was they would go, you'd be like, give me the cash, okay? I want George to give from George up to Ben. You know what I mean? Choose your denomination, but that's how I'm wanting it now, okay? Yeah. Just so we're clear, right? Cash for me. And then what they would do is they'd say, what, you don't believe in crypto? Why we're talking about crypto? And it's like, no, I got bills I got to pay. I can't pay them in crypto. And you know what they would do when you would say that? Because I would tell them straight up, because Kelsey didn't have a job at that time. I told her to quit her job. She was getting harassed. at her job. And you know what I mean? Like, it was I hate to use this term because it sounds woke. It was a quote toxic work environment, right?
No, but I get it. It was a serious case of it.
She had a lot of horn dog dudes making her feel uncomfortable all the fucking time, and she was crying every day. And so I'm like, look, if you don't want me to really hurt somebody, then you got to quit. So she's like, can I? And I'm like, I'll take the hit. Just do it. She did, right?
Right.
And she did. So I was keeping us both afloat at that time. And so I say to this guy, I'm like, listen, bud, I can't, this is a millionaire talking to me. I said, who wants me to do some art, okay? I said, listen, however you're going to pay me, I need it to be in cash because I have to pay a light bill. And the power and electric people, they don't accept fucking Ethereum.
That's so true.
His response to that was that he was not aware that I was broke. And typically broke people were not working in the quote cryptosphere.
Right.
So it was like shock that he wasn't dealing with someone who wasn't also already some sandbagging fucking, you get what I'm saying? He didn't know that I was a normal person paying fucking light bills.
Just like an average, everyday, hardworking man.
Yeah. And I'm like, the power company don't take Ethereum.
Yeah.
So that would be one way where they would go, okay, we can't talk any further. And then this was the second one. Well, no, I don't need you to do art. I need you to learn machine learning, which was the term they were using for what we now call generative AI, graphic AI. Okay?
All right.
And he says, this was in less than 3 months of that whole NFT boom bullshit. This guy says, first they'd hire me and pay me a salary as an artist to just draw all day, which I did this for 1.5 years. I had a salary for it, to draw all day, whatever I wanted. And then take a call, usually about 6 of them a day, explaining what I was drawing and see if they had shit they wanted me to draw. Okay? Long story short, I'm trying to condense this to get off the fucking phone.
So these were like NFT things.
Yeah, because it was, think of it as like a soft brain trust. For the amount of time that you're going to pay you this salary, whatever you're drawing all day, every day, I get the opportunity to turn it into an NFT if I want. That was the deal. Right? It's like whatever you're drawing from this point forward, right? As long as we'll start this on a year salary, and for the following year, just sit and draw all day. And then I'm going to pay you a salary. I was happy to take it. It got me out of my auditing gig.
Right.
And I'm like, all right, yeah. I'll just make sure not to draw anything I deeply care about.
Right, because it might go somewhere else.
Exactly. So I did, and they never wanted anything. They'd always go, that's really cool. Let's try this. And I started to get scared, and I'm like, are you going to fire me because you don't like anything? Like, no, we love all of it. It's just the market keeps changing.
Oh, what?
Right?
Jesus.
That's what they would say, the market. But I was getting the money, and they would go, the market keeps changing. No, just keep going. And this lasted longer than a year, Five Finger.
It was usually the market for NFTs. The biggest ones were just like stupid cartoon character with different clothing outfits on, or you know what I mean? It was just ridiculous.
Thank you, Toe. He says he's enjoying. He's reloading and enjoying it because somebody is, right? I know I am. See, we do this. This is what we do when you're not on the air. When we get down to this level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is when you're not on the air. This is how we talk. So we're just doing whatever. It's like I would probably still because it's again, this is the really relevant shit. So check this out. Anyway, this is the end of this bullshit story. Is that it's like they're so this is 1.5 years. This lasted. No. The market's changing, and so I knew because I know that I don't suck, right?
Right.
And then I figured out what it was. Talking to this long-haired hippie motherfucker, Albanian backpacking motherfucker.
He had that probably that Euro pass.
Yeah, he's American, but he's got the Euro pass, right? And fucking the same dude that I just could not stand. And he goes, well, no, what I want you to do is learn machine learning. Because those are the only NFTs that are actually, that are worth the most. For instance, the Bored Ape Yacht Club, I own 3 of those. That's where I got my first $1 million. And it's like, ooh, they're so funny. They talk like they want you to bend over and kiss their ass every other word.
There is a lot of those guys live in Miami too, the young guys who made money.
Bros.
But they keep it in. If they at the point when you have like tens of millions of dollars, I'd pull a cash out, put it in an interest-bearing account, and just, maybe buy your house and a car to drive, a new car. Like, don't waste. They waste it bad.
Right.
Like.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
And then if it crashes,
I'm not going to talk shit, but I know a guy just like that who I actually do care about a lot, and it's like kind of a joke. It's like, you remember The Wind in the Willows? Mr. Toad?
Oh, okay, Mr. Toad, I know who that is.
Yeah. I know Mr. Toad, man. I know him, the poor guy. Because you know how you don't hate Mr. Toad? You're just like, come on, get it together, Mr. Toad.
Yeah, you can do it.
See?
Yeah.
Don't you see, like, it's not about all this, Mr. Chasing trends. Mr. Toad, stop it. And you just want, that's part of the horror of Wind in the Willows. It's like, you want to see Mr. Toad not do this shit. He just keeps doing it. And you're like, oh, come on, man. Like, I got a buddy, he's Mr. Toad. He's doing that shit with like crypto and weird investments all the time. And you just watch it blow up in his face every time. It's like, dude, please, you almost had it. You almost had it. It's a reason for me to get back in again, man. Well, so anyway, getting back to this fucking hippie guy, millionaire hippie. And he tells me the machine learning. And then I go, okay, and where do I get the framework for that? I'm a graphic designer, and now you're talking to me. You're talking to me about machine learning. So what you're telling me that you want me to what? And I didn't have a full grasp of AI because this is like 20.
That's probably like 2022. That Bored Ape. Yeah, 2021, 22, right in there.
Believe it or not, people were talking about machine learning prior to that.
Right.
But the Bored Ape Yacht Club, it was like 2022. This was probably 2021.
There's another one called the Hunt and Fish Club or something. They had a restaurant in New York.
Stupid. It's
the only people who made out it. Yeah.
Listen, I remember I started my channel through a Hail Mary and was like, how am I going to entertain people and just try and do my art and shit? And I started without doing art because I already knew just drawing on YouTube is saturated. You're never going to get shit done. I wanted to actually, I want to do some animation, see what I could do some comedy, whatever. And so I didn't make that decision until 2022, right? We started. That's when it was Halloween in 2022, was it not? It was.
I think so, roughly around then.
So this would have been 2021, okay? That this is happening, where I'm talking about. This guy's telling me, I got to learn, do machine learning, all that. And I'm like, how do I even begin with that? Because I don't know how any of this works. Because AI wasn't immediately accessible to everybody.
But it's like a totally different career path. It's like telling the courier, now you're going to be a machinist. It's a totally different fucking...
Well, he said, what guarantees that these artworks are perfectly unique and only exist on the blockchain is that they can be reduced down to their seed numbers and down to, it's funny, we were talking about binary earlier, down to literal binary code.
But it's the dumbest shit ever when you think about it now, isn't it?
It is.
It's absolutely...
I made the quote unquote mistake of saying that to him because I said, you're trying to tell me that that's the only most unique way. But here, what I'm thinking is yeah, but that's like me buying a snowflake.
Good night, Justin. Thank you for stopping by.
It's just something, night, Justin. It's just something that happened. like a freak occurrence. That's what you're telling me these different seeds are, right? For these generated machine learning, procedurally generated images. It's just a piece of chaos, right? And you're trying to buy a piece of chaos. And I guess because it's guaranteed uniqueness, then that means that only you will ever own it. And
you can just screen capture it. Now I own it too.
They told me I was an idiot for saying that because they go, yeah, but you can screen capture all you want, yeah, but the original image, you still know that you have it. The actual image that you get,
like who cares?
And they go, it doesn't matter. We can tell the copies because they're not on the blockchain. It's the one on the blockchain that counts. And I go, right, but if a guy spent a month painting an oil fucking portrait of your mother, do you really think he's going to go do it 20 more times?
Yeah.
You got your art. It's unique. It was created by a human. And for fuck's sake, the Mona Lisa is priceless. And I told him, this was where it got, I said, there will be no time when you're going to see, and maybe I was wrong about this because I wouldn't be shocked if these knuckle fucks have actually tried this since then. I said, there will be no time when you're going to see one of these Bored Ape Yacht Club, like one of these machine generated pieces of art sitting in the Louvre with protected glass over it.
Yeah, it's not going to be like CryptoZoo characters.
So do you want to make that kind of money? I'm not saying I'm your guy for that either. But you're just, it seemed like the PNG file, the screen cap thing, when you brought that up, because I was on the inside of this shit trying to bring this up. Because they were think tanking during that time. And they were think tanking with guys like me.
I think though, dude, they were targeting younger. This is my guesstimate, but the younger tech crowd who was making money in the crypto and just had convinced somehow, studied how they, why they bought, just put a little common sense together and just was like, look at this, and use some fancy tech terms that coincided with crypto.
Yeah.
And they thought this was the future of it because look, we're crypto, so this other thing's the future, and common sense would tell you, yeah, awesome. You've got an image that it doesn't.
Well, yeah, even grandma, like you said it yourself twice already. Even grandma, her first response, if she was capable of of figuring it all out,
right,
would go, "But what's to stop me from just saving the image and just drag and drop or screen cap or whatever? Like what? Why is that different?" And it's funny how hard they would fight you out of the room at that time every time I brought it up. And they would say, let's start again. They'd get frustrated and they'd say, let's start again. And they'd start talking about the fucking blockchain again. And you go, no, I get the blockchain. Listen, when you're talking about aesthetics, right? And then they would go, well, yeah, but see, and then you go, okay, yeah, you've already told me the machine generated shit is what you value because it has a cool mystique to it and it can be guaranteed unique by the seed and all that stuff. I get it. But when you pay for that and you're holding on to it and you got it as your fucking Twitter avatar.
Yeah, okay. And think about that. There's, you're better off taping a fucking banana to a fucking poster board and put it in at an art auction for $90,000.
Yeah, well, someone did.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
When you go and try to offer that to someone to sell later on, right? All they get is a ticket saying that they own nothing. Nothing physical anyway, right?
It's really too bad that people
own this set of numbers that they own because it all went down to the.
It's a psychological trick. You're owning
exactly.
That's all it is.
So you're telling me they bought 1001110111100001111, however many fucking 64 lines of code, okay?
And then finally, some people magically got smart, and that all changed in those huge.
Well, look at what brought NFTs down was exactly that one still that still now even more valid. That one thing that seems like, oh, Everyman Joe would come up with that when you said to them, what's to stop me from just screen capping that? You fucking weirdo.
That's all.
It's funny that they said that's not what it's about. But that ended up being what when you read about the NFT scam, the great NFT scam of 2022-ish, 2021, 2022.
Right.
It's funny that even the most lugubrious historians will say glorified PNG files. So it's like, so wait. No, they made me feel stupid, and I don't like to feel. Who does? I don't like to feel stupid, especially when I'm dealing. It's my business, literally my business we're talking about, right? And then be made stupid, to feel stupid by some fucking backpacker, right?
Through Albania, for God's sake.
Yeah, he's just speculating and shit. He's thinking he's all cool, and then I'm trying to pay light bills and make sure my wife isn't sexually harassed at work.
He probably just learned. Those two probably just learned about it on fucking Reddit. Also, you know what I mean? And
who knows? But one thing I can assure you is they really did have millions of dollars.
Right.
That's the scary part about all this. Like, they really did. And although I will tell you about the backpacker guy, the millions he was holding on to. Most of it, he was like HODL, and he was holding on for dear life.
Yep.
So I wonder if he just totally bottomed it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then said I got it and panicked and just sold everything.
Yeah.
Well, that happens.
Did a panic sell and got like 1/20th of any of that back if he was even remotely lucky, right?
Right.
Because people actually laugh at that Bored Ape shit now.
Oh.
So then I love how Raggedy Ann thinks we're fucking nerding over it. It's like, no, these guys are fucking nerds.
This was a huge freaking thing, though, that was going on.
It was huge. Yeah, they tried to rope me into it. And they really, I just thought, how stupid is it that you say you want my brain, but then you're telling me you want me. You don't actually want my brain. You want someone with my brain to train AI. So we're going back to AI with this. You want someone with my brain to train AI to do what I do. But you're saying you like my style and what I do. Because I don't draw in this style anymore because I hate it.
But they thought that's what the audience probably wanted because other things were being made like that. So they were just copying. They weren't being innovative. They were copying what everybody was doing.
Yeah. For most of my life, I've been a cartoonist.
Right.
And that's what they wanted. As a matter, I've got a lot of my jobs in my life previous to this crazy shit. And then, my career has been directly related to one of two things. My abilities as an editor, as a video editor specifically.
Right.
Or as a cartoonist. And now, I don't draw in that style anymore because I see it and I'm like, I see it as outdated. I see it as like, you know what? There's a lot of people who want to draw that way, try to draw that way. I'm not interested in it anymore. I started doing portraiture and stuff. And by that point, I really want, still lifes and shit, which I had never been interested in. I didn't want to do cartoons anymore. Well, I didn't even want to animate it. I didn't want to do any of it. And I'm trying to get out of it. I'm like, I want to do this. So I gave up on it. And they're like, no. NFT market, it's great. It's the perfect time for you to come in. Come do it. So it all had started that way. And it's like in less than a year and a half. And I'm far less than that, logically. And in terms of the decision I made in my own head. And they go, oh, yeah, we want you to just draw stuff all day. And then they go, you know what? We really need you to do machine learning. So wait, I'm not good. And it's like, no. Just the only way that we can make this money is if it's actually machine generated. Like literally, sorry, that's the way that this fucking scheme is working right now.
Dude,
because
it's horrible.
They were buying ones and zeros.
Yeah. There was so many. They made them said they were games also, and like elite communities, and you could have a character, and they're going to build a virtual world, and like holy.
Oh, wait! They tried to pull me into that. Listen to this.
Listen, I own virtual property that made me $6 on the Atlas app.
I'm like, oh my God, I feel so cool right now. This is the first time I felt cool in like 25 fucking years. Listen, I'm like an astronaut because they had me in there in that shit. Because they were trying to groom me to understand it and then apply my ideas to it, okay?
Right.
And Decentraland was the place where they were doing that.
I know that, yeah, that place. Yeah.
And I didn't know what the fuck it was. And they got these two chuckleheads telling me, all right, listen, so we set you up a wallet. We set you up a Brave wallet. Or what was that one with the fox on it?
The Firefox?
No.
Mozilla? No. Those are fucking
wallet. It doesn't
browsers.
matter. It was a specific type of wallet. It had a 3D fox head as its thing.
Huh. Who knows? But yeah, so
And they send me this shit. They're raggedy and it's so funny. Puts the algorithm on the scanning. It's funny.
They send you seed phrases?
And yeah. They send you seed phrases to access your wallet. And you're like, wait, if you got this shit.
Yeah, you can take it too.
Yeah. And they're like, no, it's all cool. Look, I set up your wallet. And then they're like, okay, you've got a wallet. And I was just saying, okay, yeah, buddy. And inside, I'm going, I'm not doing any of this with my career.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep
the salary
what is asked. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing what was asked on me in paper, which is to think tank all day. That's what I'm being asked to do, so I'm going to do it and just draw. I'm drawing. I'm meeting my quota. I'm drawing all day, and I'm learning the things they told me to learn, and that's what my salary is. So this is what I will do. And so, but as I'm doing it, the whole time I'm going, this is such bullshit. This is so fucking stupid. And I'm also working a regular job at the same time. It's a part of this. Anyway.
I think a lot of people have jobs where they just know, like, this is if you want to pay me to do this, whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but they know they're polishing the brass on the Titanic.
Yeah, it's just whatever. It's money.
And so they send me into. So I had an idea because what I was interested in was VR and AR. And maybe I'm still interested in that. I don't know. But it seems like the world just ain't ready for it yet.
It's kind of take a back seat to where it was headed so fast.
That's exactly. And so that was the one thing that they were allowing me, because they were sending me gear.
Yeah.
They were sending me thousands of dollars worth of gear.
Like the Oculus thing when it came out and stuff.
I had all the nice shit, yeah. It wasn't mine. It was the company's, but I was encouraged. Learn it. And so I started researching augmented reality, which is funny because that kind of explains why I do my live streams the way that I do them. When I do them, we've had a lot of trouble lately, a lot of busy shit going on. But I'm always trying to, I like to blend reality with complete fabrication, complete bullshit. Visually is what I like to do. And so I think it's cool to let a fictional story become. Look, earlier you were talking about dinner theater and murder mystery, that kind of. I like that.
It was kind of fun. That murder mystery game was fun. It would get old playing the same missions all the time, but none of those jack off boxes are really. I don't know.
Well, some of them are fun.
I think it's better to buy the individual games and just see what they are.
So Adobe had the AR shit, and I'm not, me, I've already said private public, I don't fuck with Adobe. They want too much money. They want subscriptions, and I can't afford any of that, and I don't know what they even think they're doing. And now they're all full-blown AI at this point. But, and claiming copyright on your work and the ability to use it in AI-generated shit whenever anything you make on it, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's like, no, I will not use you, Adobe. And you want me to pay for that privilege of getting screwed over? That's what Adobe wants to do now.
Well,
what?
Well, I was going to say all those things too has changed too now. If you think about even Microsoft Office, Word, Corel, it's all like monthly fees now. It's just freaking insanity.
And notice that each one of them is now offering an AI platform.
Yeah, I've seen the Adobe thing on the bobber before.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, we'll make your work easier. Just pay us extra. Well, wait, I have to work harder to pay you more, you fucking numbskull. Do you think I'm stupid? You're trying to bankrupt any enterprising individual. Anyone who knows their self-worth would be getting the hell out of this software right now. And as a matter of fact, I am. Goodbye. Well, right before that became so common, there was a brief window where Adobe had their AR development application. And you could put it on your phone and then you put it on your computer and you get the two talking to each other, okay?
All right.
And this is how, like, and so what I was doing was in one of the properties that I was managing at night was trying to turn all the hallways and shit and some of the office and stuff into like a haunted house. And so I was designing these cartoon animated looping GIFs of like sort of artworks that I'd done that were looping GIFs of like freaky scenes to where, oh, when I open this door, this horrible scene will always be here on the other
and it'd play like on the monitors and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And I got that working. I even used it that year for the leprechaun hunt with my son.
That's neat.
So that he could look at my phone and go, oh my God, the leprechaun's there, Dad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was neat. The simple things in life that make people smile, you know?
Yeah. And so, see, they wanted me to keep looking into NFT shit, but they gave me the gear to fuck with VR and AR, and I went, oh no, I want to let's do this. Let's make cool worlds for people to play around. Fuck your NFTs. Let's get this. Let's do some of this virtual reality shit and this augmented reality shit. And so I wanted to make the world's first haunted theme park, fully explorable VR haunted theme park that had a backstory to it that you could, depending on how you explored it, that you'd figure out what its awful backstory was, right? And it would take it was driven by Easter eggs. Was the whole idea. Easter eggs.
You'd walk around and find things.
Yeah. And it needed a rolling clock, and there were a lot of there was stuff.
You should have made a death clock on it for the character.
So, it's one thing I never considered was like, oh, something could happen to you. It was more about just like drinking in the lore, right?
Yeah.
Figuring out more and more about, oh, wait, so that tells me this. So if I go here at this time, whatever, I'll find this Easter egg. I just thought it was really cool. A lot of people think that's cool. We see a lot of stuff like that already. Remember the Cowboy game, Red Dead?
Yep. And they make it on Jeep Wranglers and Jeep products. There's Easter eggs throughout the vehicle. Random. Different things.
So anyway, as I'm in the middle of that, they send me they're like, all right, look, we need you to go into Decentraland. This is how stupid all this shit was. We need you to go into Decentraland on the Oculus Quest 2 that we sent you. And I tell them, I go, I can't get into Decentraland on this thing. It doesn't have an Oculus interface. And they're like, yes, it does. There's a million ways you can patch the Oculus. Hold on. And so weeks I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks are going by. And I'm going, look, I can't. This thing's run by Facebook, you fucking
the meta world, it was.
I was like, it's not allowing me the way that you think it would. It has a browser in it that's kind of really shitty. It's not allowing me to get into this fucking place you keep talking about. This Decentraland, okay? And I'm getting tired of hearing about it.
Oh, God.
So then they're going, I'm like, do you want me to send the Oculus Quest back? And it's so funny how true all of this. I'm not making any of this up. They're going, what have you accomplished this week? I'm like, I played the Darth Vader game. And do you know how stupid this shit is? They would go, yeah, did you like it?
Oh, God.
Unsarcastically. They'd be like, oh, that's cool. That's research. Did you like it? And I'd be like, it's all right. It's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. And they would be like, you know what? We could, and you could hear them smoking. And they'd be like, smoking up. And they'd be like, we could do something like that. Just sitting going, oh my God, I'm trying to log into your fucking stupid Decentraland.
You can't do it through that, can you?
No, maybe you can now. I doubt it.
But it involves money and finances, right? So
it doesn't matter because remember, Fonzie. Remember, Mark Zuckerberg already tried to do that himself on the Quest.
That's true.
Not that long later on. Okay, and look how miserably that failed.
Do they still even make stuff for that?
No.
It's pretty much done.
No, they were sued.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Too much liability. Yeah.
Oh my
God. They were found liable for so much shit. Okay, so check this out. It takes probably, I'm going to guesstimate a month for these fucking millionaires to figure out that I can't get into Decentraland on an Oculus Quest 2, and it's not my fault, by the way. You just sent me a fucking Quest 2 because it's the best piece of VR gear, but didn't even consider whether you could get into Decentraland on it. And simply put, you decide, well, it has a browser. Okay, you took that into consideration. You said, well, then you can get into Decentraland. Yeah.
And I don't think it had the security protocols, probably.
It didn't. Was one of the problems. Right. No, it didn't. And then number two, an even more glaring problem is Decentraland ran on a keyboard.
So you'd have to move your head around to each key or what?
Yeah, and while I'm trying to tell them this, I remind you and anyone listening again, these are real millionaires. Skinny telling you a real ass story. That while I'm sitting there, feeling crazy.
It's surreal, right? This whole experience. Just going,
these people. These people at the top, man. And I'm like an astronaut. Except his mission command is a bunch of fucking retards. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The astronaut's the smart one and the fucking people back at mission. That's how I kept feeling because I'm I'm seeing it, but I'm not seeing it. I mean, I'm here. Yeah? Okay, so you should be doing this, right? Yeah, I can't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. And they're like, surely there's a new... Yeah, you can. I'm like, no, listen. And then when I tell them, you know what they say? They go, well, the technology's coming around quickly.
Well, do it next month.
Yeah, they would too. They would. And they throw money at you.
Oh my God. Just learn it. They probably gave, here's $500, learn that. Spend the weekend learning that new stuff.
So you know what's happened? This was all leading up to the shit with Andy. By the way, eventually, I've told this before, this somehow all led up to the fucking Halloween record, okay?
Huh.
I had already done that fucking Christmas thing in 2020. So this is think about the time that's kind of going through, COVID was happening, and at this time, the way that I'm relaxing is just by relaxing, quote unquote, right? Was hanging out with Chad. But what I was doing for money was trying to handle that one job, but then was dealing with these crazy motherfuckers with this, and I'm sitting there with a fucking VR headset on. Okay, and I'm doing all this research, and they're sending me more gear, and they're telling me we're going to put you up to the task. You've got to learn this. I had one guy send me into Decentraland to run around for a certain number of hours and find real estate spots I liked. So I tell him, I go, the only machine I can use to get into this dumb fucking thing, with the graphics suck, by the way. This is stupid. This is going nowhere. The technology will catch up. It's in its beta. It's early. I'm in Decentraland, and I'm like, this is so stupid. And I'm running through this desert, flat, just bullshit, empty wasteland. And I'm looking at a grid, and I'm seeing this plot over here oh my God, Chanel owns this? And I look, and it's this like fucking awkward building because like they were fighting companies with big names. They were buying plots in Decentraland, but they were. Imagine there was no zoning at all. You get what I'm trying to say?
So listen, there's a lot of scams with all this virtual real estate shit. It's unfucking believable.
Yeah, there would be a weird shaped plot shaped like a fucking, like an L combined with an F or with an H, okay? And you'd be like, what an odd plot that is. And you'd be looking at it and they'd show the value in Ethereum of that plot. And so then I'd have to go through some work and figure out exactly how many dollars that was. And I'd be looking at it and that's weird. And you'd see an even weirder shaped one and you go, wait a minute, Chanel has some kind of gallery here? And you'd be like, that can't be Chanel, like Coco Chanel. And you'd look and you'd go, sure fucking enough it is. What are they doing here? And you're looking, right? And you're seeing like, oh, so this is Chanel's spot. They paid all this fucking money for it. It's worth like $7 million, whatever, this stupid game nobody knows about. And you're looking at it and you're like, where's the people, right? And you're just watching it. There's nobody going in or going out. So I call my buddy and I'm like, all right, there's like a Chanel gallery. He's like, what do you see? Go over the coordinate, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, there's this. I'm like, there's a fucking, some kind of Atari arcade type fucking thing. What's this over here? Clothing companies and skate companies. It's just different shit that were legit companies. I'm like, what is this? What is all this? I think Namco, the game company, had a spot. And I'm like, they're really taking this seriously? So I'm like, maybe this will pop, right? Maybe this will actually happen. But then he's like, go try it out. So I walked into something. It was, it might have been the Namco thing or something like that. Okay. It was some Japanese.
Some store thing.
Japanese developer, yeah. And it was like, play mining gold hunting game.
Buenos noches, Skinny. Other Skinny.
Oh, what's up, sir? Old friend. Anyway, all right, so I'm talking about some bullshit. I'm gonna go to bed. Talking about this stupid fucking Decentraland shit.
I am too, because this has been 5.5 hours. Way.
So I go into this thing, and he's like, there, right there, you found it. What, they got a mining spot? And I'm like, I guess, I don't know. And he's like, explain it. I'm like, okay, it says you go in and you do this thing, and you get such and such point whatever in Ethereum. And he's like, okay, yeah, go for that. And I'm like, wait, I thought you said you were looking for plots. And he's like, yeah, we could do that. He said, go in there and mine. I'm like, what's so mining? So I just go in there and do whatever it says to do, and I'm mining. And he's like, yeah. And I go in, and it's the worst graphics ever, weird. And this was owned by a huge company.
Was it like Minecraft?
It was less than that. It was fucking stupid. And you like bending over to pick up these little like yellow gold nugget things that were like rolling down this line and then walking across a series of bridges and then picking up some more. And then so I did that for an hour until my eyes were falling out of my head. And I'm doing another office job at the same time. And I'm like, cool, so how much fucking Ethereum did I just make? Because that should be a lot. And he's like, oh, that's just about 0.3.
That would be a lot, but maybe not back then.
No, at that time it wasn't. At that time it was not. Okay. Ethereum has blown up since. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. So this was back when it was probably like $1,000, not even $1,000 a thing.
Oh, way even less than that. Ethereum, they were still trying to get, Ethereum was still, so Ethereum started off strong and then had a brief fucking problem in the ownership. And they had a huge dip when it had that, whatever was going on with it. They had a problem, right?
Yeah.
And the two guys, that Satoshi guy or whatever that helped develop it, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was the only really competitor to Bitcoin.
I guess Satoshi walked out of Ethereum and then there was a huge fucking dip. And 0.3 was like jack squat.
And they all mean fucking nothing in reality. Like, I just don't. I get it in investment, but
let's not talk about crypto like we care about it.
Yeah,
it's just,
I don't anymore.
I guess to put it in perspective, this stupid shit. But yeah, it was stupid. And so I'm like, oh, it's like 0.3. Like, how much did I get? And he's like, yeah, not much, but it's enough. It's a good start. And he's like, so yeah, go check out your wallet, and you'll see that it's already in there. And so I do, and I look. Look, and it's there, and I'm like, okay, cool beans. How do I turn this into cash? Like, now. And he's like, are you stupid? And I'm like, no, seriously, I need cash now. And he's like, no, you hold on to that shit. And I'm like, yeah, no, I get that. But I'm literally taking time where I could be making cash, because again, I need to figure out, how do I take this and pay my light bill with it right now? Because I have to pay my light
How do
bill.
you cash this actually out? Like, there's some apps now you can do that and put on a debit card, and there is some major ones. But back then, I don't know, where would you actually do it back then? You could route to a bank account, I know, through wallets and
there
stuff.
There were exchanges, and they would also take a percentage, and there were ones that said that they wouldn't, and they were totally bullshitting you. And so, and I never got a straight answer, right? Can't help you guys. You sent me here, you sent me there, you sent me wandering. You guys are too important to even go into the little virtual world that you're betting millions of dollars on and talking about. And so you hire a little space monkey, you hire me to be a space monkey and run into this shit and find you pieces of land and see what everybody else is doing. And all I'm doing is running around. And let me tell you, my boy, you could do this shit in 2008 on PlayStation fucking Home, and it looked 1,000 times better than this. And it was more fun. And I don't understand what's happening here. This looks like a fucking Ponzi scheme.
They got mad, huh?
Oh yeah, no, dude. The company broke up over that shit. Kicked my ass to the curb. I got hate messages. My family got hate messages, and I'm not making that up either. My family was getting hate messages and threats.
It's funny because they didn't really want any. They had no idea what they even wanted to do for that long. Really, it changed. You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
It just was
right.
How did they? Why didn't they look into how to do all this if they were so excited about it?
And that's what I'm saying about. I don't want to hear it. Even to this day, there are a lot of people. You hear somebody talking shit about crypto bros, and 20 crypto bros will show up, bro. And it's like, no. And this needs to be laid down, because this is going to be my memoirs. I was one of the first people hired by these guys to be their monkey.
Yeah.
And they are stupid people. Because they weren't even getting into messing with it themselves. They were just making money off of it. How do you do that? How are you making all this money off of something that you have guys that you actually pay to quote unquote mine, right? And go and look for this shit? And they're going, yeah, I don't see anything here. I'm not, can you just tell me where you are? I'm here. There's this, there's that. And they're like, we'll do this. And you go, yeah, you can't do that. And then there's a long silence. And they're like, okay. You know what I mean? And then you're like, wait, aren't you you got a bunch of money from this shit? You're supposed to know how this works. And then they go, no, we don't have time to be on fucking Decentraland.
I mean, there's an absolute, people have made millions, and there's a true investing, and if you know how to do it, and if you have insider tips to buy shit before it goes, right before it goes, or in the first, 15 minutes, there's things like that. You can make a shit ton of money, but I think the average person, it's not a very winning proposition to even do it today. Obviously, people have made millions in it, and now it's easier through apps like Crypto.com, Coinbase to pull the money out. You could buy stuff on Robinhood, basic stuff like the top 5 coins.
So here's what basically happened, because we all know it's a big Ponzi scheme, right?
I don't like it right now. So.
Okay, so what was my experience in it there kind of at the beginning with the machine learning, the AR, the VR, the Decentraland, et cetera, when they were figuring out all that shit, NFT bullshit left and right. So what was my experience? And this is what I learned from it. they were trying to make it turn into a Ponzi scheme for me or people like me, right? The human brains they were hiring to make art before they had all the AI they got now, right?
Yeah, and all it turned into was animals and cartoon characters with it changing the color or adding a pattern to its code or jacket.
Correct,
and
right.
Computer spit it out.
Yeah, procedural generation, all that, yeah.
Yeah.
So what were they doing? They were just hiring guys like me who they thought might have a cool art style that might work well. And that lasted so short before the machine learning came in that they shifted their focus to that. So then they took guys like me who they hired on salaries, right, to continue and go, well, he's on a salary here. Fucking, he knows what he's looking at. He's an artist. So we need the machine learning, but let's just send him in and then he can scope out aesthetic things like, oh, let's get this spot in Decentraland or whatever. All this stupid shit where you don't want to be there anyway because you're like, look, I'm better than this. I don't want to be here. And so I was paid to do what I was asked to do, but I didn't do the other part they thought I was stupid enough to do, right? Which was to take what I was being paid and invest it in NFTs and crypto. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's...
So that's why you can only last for about a year with one of those types of think tank companies, is because when that year agreement is up and you still haven't bitten the apple, they tell you, man, fuck you, it's over. And by that point, you've seen so much stupidity that you're like, thanks for giving me a fucking year vacation.
Yeah.
No, really, thank you. And you just walk away and go, these people are fucking crazy.
And you know what? Even if they make it, you can just, like those two just sounded like the mindset. They didn't have a very, it sounded like their life would be just extremely not diverse and just all about that all day long and night long and just on Reddit and talking about it and...
So, yeah. So that whole shit was stupid, and I'm sure we haven't seen the last of all the stupid. With that, I'm calling Zaza.
Yeah, I am too. So thank you guys for joining in this fine evening. Thank you, Skinny, for calling in. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to sleep in tomorrow.
I encourage you to. Everybody go to bed. I'm out. Bye.
Buenas noches. And thank you for spending your time with us. Tomorrow's probably your last chance if you have to celebrate St. Patrick's Day and not on a traditional work night. But tomorrow would be the time to do it. Other than that, I'm really tired. I don't know what I'm saying. So, buenas noches, muchas gracias, lo siento, adios.
got an Only Mids endorsement, and he's ready to 5-bang your whole crew.